Hey guys, welcome to Hash Church episode 21. And I'd like to apologize for Hash Church episode 20. I want to apologize to all my friends. I know that John and Darrin were in the middle of talking and my computer just fizzled. I was trying to start it over hoping that I'd be able to get back into church and do another hour. But for the first time, what it did was it stopped the broadcast completely. And when I went back in, it wouldn't allow me to recreate the broadcast. And I'm sure I could have probably restarted a whole new event, but I was going to miss my flight. And so I did what I had to do, and I apologize for that because I know that, well, there's a lot of you that really rely on this Hash Church. I see you texting me all the time, asking me if you can get in, and I think it's really cool. So this is one of the reasons why I try to be here every Sunday for the Hash Church team from 9 a.m. till sometimes 11 or 12 or 1, all different times. So let me talk to the chat room for a bit. We got Cuban Grower, Mr. Dry Sifter himself. We got Joe Ross, Benjamin Lovell, The Token Panda, Prophet Marcus, Bless, Ashbro, LED Devil, Bobus Black, Jack Jones, Kino Woodzo, Bob Marley. Gotta love that name. So welcome, you guys. Welcome, everyone. I think we're going to have an interesting event today. Hello, Johnny B. Welcome, welcome.
Good morning, everybody.
On mute, but welcome anyway. We accept your muted response. I bet you people they can pretty much hear what you're saying. You're like, how are ya? How's it going? Let's dab. Johnny B, Mr. Happy. You gonna fix your mic, buddy?
Not working?
Because we can't hear you. No problem. I wouldn't have never told you not to take a hit. Take the hit first, then fix the mic. For God's sakes, John. Priorities, man. Come on. Johnny B knows his priorities. He's got his brewer lit up. He's ready to party. He's ready to have fun. And how about this, guys? We have 150 people watching already. Oh, what? You can hear Johnny? Well, let me open my audio and see what I've got. I got a control panel. Maybe I can... Can you talk, John?
I can talk.
No, I can't hear you, bud.
Oh.
And you're blurry. I'm not too sure. Let's go to the chat and see. Oh, they can hear him. Well, that's not a good sign, is it?
You can hear him.
Okay, I can hear you now too, buddy. I got it sorted. You are a little blurry, and what's happening is because you move your hands in front of your camera and you do this a lot, it makes you blurry. So you got to try and pull back a little bit because we want to see you clear when you're hitting your bong rips. And you're very blurred out right now. There you go. You're coming. There you are. There he is. There he is. I'll join you for a bong rip, John.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I got some really nice stuff here this morning. I spent Separation Saturdays separating some full plants. And when I was done, I'm going to be sifting it today, cleaning it up a little bit better.
Ah, very good, very good.
So the best thing is I did my temperatures at 55, my humidity at 55, left it for 3 weeks, and went in there, crushed it over screens. It's beautiful. Whole thing.
See, you're getting closer now. Hey, welcome, Mark.
Good morning, Mark.
I liked your record post the other day. Just got to poke around. Just got to poke around. Love the Grateful Dead, obviously. Yeah, dude, Aaron, I sent you the email already, bud. Aaron's like, are we going? Are we going? Sent you the email, dude. Send it again.
Well,
Aaron the turd.
Always full melt rip. And that was actually some Afghan.
Ah, very nice. I've got my Afghan blooming right now. God, it reeks.
I know it's tasty.
All right, just telling Aaron to check his email because I sent out his link already. I sent the link out to quite a few people. Only you and I have come in this morning. Interesting. I guess we're the gung-hos, hey, John?
Oh, we're the ones that just love to tell you guys all about this beautiful hash all the time. You know, it's something I enjoy. I enjoy being able to help other people better understand cannabis medicine, and I think
I would have never guessed that you liked that, John. I honestly would have never guessed that you enjoyed that.
You know.
Johnny. All
I'm
right.
gonna get into this morning Congo rip. That's next on the list here. You got a chance to try it. What did you think about it, my friend?
Oh, well, I love the Congo. I'm always a fan of the Congo. It's one of the reasons I gave you the Congo. Remember when I started giving you strains and you were kind of like, oh, I don't really need anything? And I was like, no, please just take the Astro Boy. Please just take the Congo. And you were like, well, okay.
Now everybody's, and then you told me never give up something that someone wants to share to you that could be a good medicine, and now everybody strains. Like,
I never know. Plus me, John. Do you think I would give you something that was anything less than the bar I've helped you set in the last 2 years? No.
I do definitely like the melty stuff.
I know you love the melty stuff. You got the melty stuff. You got your number 2, your number 4, your Medi Kush. They all produce the melt.
Oh, number 2, number 4. And now LR Kush. I hope Justin appreciates me naming the strain that he gave me after 4 years. But I haven't heard from him, and it's a Larry OG crossed with a ROM, so hey, might as well, instead of naming it number 2, call it what it is, right?
Well, I mean, I always sort of told you that in the beginning. It's a tricky game when you get seeds, and it's sort of a tricky game in the world of cannabis because we get seeds, we crack them, and then sometimes we'll just call them what we think that it should be called because we cracked the seed. But someone actually bred all those seeds and crossed them, gave them to you. So once you crack them, you might as well use the name that they were given.
We do like that.
Yeah, people like that. I mean, I would never get the Congo and then give it to you and call it the Bubbleman Sativa.
I was at CCHQ last night, second floor in the back corner. It was Mr. Cookie's birthday. It was a bunch of us, and we lit up a joint of the Congo.
Nice.
And around the corner of the room when they're working at the front of the till, the guy came back and goes, all you can smell in the front is Congo. When people walk in, like, what is that smell? It's just so funny.
It's interesting the way the Congo does that, actually, is what it does is it smells like the best, like a ways away. You never really get that smell right in the room where you're puffing, but it's usually like at the edge of a staircase, or you know what? It's sort of these terpenes that seem to travel the furthest. I get it with a few strains where I'll take a hit, I'll exhale, then I'll literally leave the room so I can come back and smell that waft of exotic spice that I'm so waiting for.
And then, of course, those are the flavors that make us happy and everything. When you smell the Congo, I'm just trying to reach for that. When I give you a smell of the Congo, ready for this?
I'm gonna. Oh yeah, lemony sativa goodness right there.
There you guys go. You know, it's a little bit of a smell count for you.
Hey, I still haven't had a bong up here. What's should I hit the Jamaica?
I think you need to hit the Jamaican. You know what? I think I'm going to. I don't have any Jamaican.
This is your Jamaican, Johnny B.
I know.
I will hit it for you, my generous friend who gives away all of his Jamaican resin to Bubbleman.
Dude, you brought the seed back 20 years ago. You gave me the first cut. I flowered it out, and I did a first bounce, and I brought it directly to you saying thank you because now I can keep growing.
Well, I just about dropped that into the container, into my bowl, and I guess I hadn't turned it on yet.
Oh, you don't have a hot dinner?
I do in about 1 minute, but I hadn't turned it on hot yet. I had just forgot the switch on the back, so it's about 20 seconds away from getting to the point. So, good morning, Gerthakian. Good morning, John Markison. All sorts of people. Hi, Mark. Robert Carroll here for church. My hydroponic grow game is on point. I should definitely be on the show. Nice. Well, send me an email, bro. Send me some pictures. Send me a video. How do we get a hold of the Congo? Not too sure as of yet. I give it away to my friends here locally. I'm not in a position to give it away to people I don't know because that would put my license at risk. But, yeah, always happy to share for sure.
I don't know where our licenses lie at risk right now. I think where it lies at risk is the Supreme Court challenge. So right now, licenses are, if you got one, pretty much interesting here in Canada, that's for sure.
Man, I hope we get some more people, Johnny B. It seems like you and I are the only one that got the church link to work today.
Well, I'm sure it's a nice Sunday, and lots of good stuff going on. And I just decided to click on my Facebook. I see Horatio's right here, so I'm pretty sure he should be joining in pretty quick.
Yeah, I would think that he's usually really early to go on it. Jen Doe would probably want to come back in. I try to remember everyone to send the links out, but it is a bit of a... Oh, there's 20K and Horatio, welcome. John, now that other people are in the link, please mute your mic when you're not talking, because there's a lot of noise coming through on your end.
Okay.
Thanks, brother.
Morning.
Morning, Horatio. Good morning, D.
So,
Bong rips all the way around here.
long rip.
Good job.
Just wake and baking with some of John's dry sift. I got the Jamaican, the 20-year-old lamb's bread that I brought back and cut into clones and gave away to all my friends. And John's the first one to bring me sift back, which is great. What a great thing to do when someone gives you clones. Darrin brought me the most incredible dry sift kickdown, as you guys know, a few weeks, or about a week and a half ago, Darrin, or was that 2 weeks ago?
2 weeks.
Man, time flies when you're puffing melt.
You guys can hear me good?
You know, you gave me that hash and then I left for Jamaica and basically didn't smoke any for 8 days.
And then you come back. Oh, you got ripped, I bet.
Then I came back and I've been hitting it pretty hard. Welcome, Aaron. Welcome, Aaron. What's going on, buddy? You hear us? Can you hear us? There he is. Good morning. And thank you for the awesome kickdown. Thank the wife as well. Love my shirts, love my hat and my stickers.
I noticed you were wearing the DNA Rasta one the other day.
Yeah, dude. I got it. Showed up in a little box from the wife.
See, bro, you're part of the family and the army, bro.
Well, dude, you know that. I was part of that family in 2004 when I first met you guys wearing those lab coats in the milk vag. I was like, you don't understand how long I'd been waiting for you guys to show up.
Well, buddy, since you said that, I'm going to take a nice dry sift hash hit from Cuban hash maker, Cuban smoker. I can't remember his name.
Cuban grower. He's in the chat right now. He's literally in the chat right now. Not in this chat, but he's in the YouTube chat. I was talking to him earlier.
This guy, bro, let me just say, this stuff right here, I don't want to spill it. He gives Mr. Skunkman a run for his money, boy. Let me just tell you.
Yeah?
You know, I think
the dry sift, you know what? I think the dry sift game has changed because so does Horatio. So does D420K. So do I. So does, I'd say there's probably a good 15 people right now that are finally, Johnny B, don't worry, you're on the ice, Johnny B, you're a first bounce guy. And although your resin is clean, it's not as clean as Darrin's, and it's not as clean as mine, and it's not as clean as Horatio's. It's getting there.
Wait a second here. I'm first
a one
bouncing.
pump guy, huh? It's like one pump.
What's that? No. I'm first bouncing. I've been cleaning from then. That's what I've been doing yesterday. All the stuff here is first bounce, then static sifting.
Right, but what you'll notice is there's OCD, and Darrin and Horatio and I have it. You need to get it because when I photograph the resin, if you can see capitate stalks, there's still work to be done. And if you look at the photos of your resin that I posted the other day, it's absolutely beautiful, but there's still 2 or 3% that you could be taking care of that I know a guy like Horatio wouldn't stop until it was gone. Am I correct, Horatio?
Right.
Pretty much was doing
Different
that.
strokes for different folks.
Different strokes for different... Well, but you know what? I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about what Aaron was mentioning, which was getting on Skunkman Sam's level. And what Skunkman Sam's level was, keep this in mind. Skunkman Sam would clean his resin 10 plus times.
To the point there's only one hit left.
Yeah, like you guys don't even understand. Like what you think is the finished product, he would take and he would clean it like 10 more times. And you'd be like, I don't even understand what he did, which you could not understand because he's not doing what everyone else is doing.
I can totally see that. It's hard with dangerous tools.
Dude, the
I can
sleeve
totally
stack.
see that.
The sleeve stack from about 5 years ago that he cleaned 11 times. Do you remember that, Aaron?
Yeah, but there was some sleeve stack that he couldn't clean too. That was the first. So the way we really got together with Sam the Skunkman
Was that the
is
cross?
we had met him quite a few times at Adam's birthday party and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So we were growing sleeve stack, and we were trimming it up. And as we were trimming it up, I'm noticing how dry the trichome heads were, and how easy it was just to get trichome heads off this plant.
Exactly, dude.
And we cleaned it over. We were cleaning over screens. I collected everything. I smoked out my good friend Big Matt, who's back in Oklahoma now with taking care of his family. And he said, I got to take this over to Sam. This shit is incredible. I got to take it over. It's white. It's just beautiful.
Yep.
He takes it over. Sam, we get a phone call. You guys got to come over here. We go over there. He's like, I could only clean it up one time. It was that clean. It was that dry. It was perfect. And that's what got us together with him, really. You know, and yes, he has cleaned it 11 times. He's cleaned it one time, and it comes out like beautiful. So I don't know what his little secret tech is when he goes into his little room and comes back out with 4 piles or 3 piles of hash, one that you don't want to smoke, one that you would still smoke because it still will melt a little bit, and then some that doesn't. It just fully liquefies.
Mm-hmm.
And
the 6 star.
The 6 stuff, bro. Cuban grower, you got me high right now, bro. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, I think I'm going to smoke a little D420K as I just hit the Johnny B Jamaican, which was absolutely beautiful. Such a strange, subtle flavor and taste profile on this shit. It's nothing like what we're smoking today. It really is nothing like what we're smoking today.
So why do you smoke it?
Because I love it. It's different. I'm so down with different, man. I'm so, like, done with the same. Yeah, okay, you can take some of Skunkman Sam's genetics and hybridize them and make awesome genetics, but I like the idea of us now producing things that are pulling out of that land race, and that's what this is. This is by no means a pure land race at all. This was a land race that some dude from Oregon came and put his best into it. So it's kind of like old meets new, but still so different from today. Props to Johnny B for the kickdown. Props on everyone's been kicking down lately. I've got to get out there and start kicking down Horatio and Johnny B and D420K. I hope you guys saw the video I put out for you. I actually put out a video shouting out DNA separately, but I put out a video thanking Darrin and Horatio and Johnny B recently, and you guys can check that out on YouTube. For those of you that are like, think that I'm being hard on Johnny B, I just want Johnny B's bar to be as high as it is, man. He deserves it. He needs it more than most, and that 1 to 2% will make an incredible. Only Darrin could explain that 1 to 2% right now, because he just spent months in the 97% range, and it was great. No one would have ever said that his hash was anything but spectacular, except maybe Gordon Ramsay. I might have given him the Gordon Ramsay once in a while, saying, oh, if you use Bud, and then he shows up with Bud, that he ran with Bud. Dude, tell me that shit's not better.
Well, fucking night and day difference, man. Like when you were first showing me how to do stuff, like how to do it, and the differences, the subtle differences of it. And one of the biggest subtle differences that you explained to me is when I would take my jar of sift, that's beautiful sift, that's 95, 97, even up to % clean heads, and it's from sugar leaf. I would take it, and you'd open it up, and if you closed your eyes and you smelled, you could get the very first whiff of leaf matter, of the shake, the leaf trim. Now, if you do it with bud, the difference is major. You don't get that subtle taste or subtle smell of leaf matter. You get nothing but the pure terpene heads that you can smell from that bud. But not also that is every fucking toke I took after that, I'd get a head rush. Like when I did the diesel that way, I made it out of bud. And when I took the first couple of tokes, I literally had, I think, a religious experience because I sat back and I was so fucking high, you couldn't slap the smile off my face if you wanted to. And then what it did is I literally sat there, I looked around, and I was like, holy fuck. I said, I don't know who to thank or what or who the power is, wherever it is, God, Satan, fucking Bubba, whoever. Thank you for helping me get this fucking plant and this material very much. I gave thanks to whoever it was to give thanks to after 2 rips of my dry sift after I made it out of bud. There you go.
Okay, so yesterday I took one of my plants, pure plant, crushed it completely over screens. Darrin, I listened to you. You told me to keep cleaning it after the static. I cleaned it 3 times with static. This stuff here melts like water. And the hit that I just did, like you said, Mark's being on my ass, stuff like that. You know what? What it was is before I was first bouncing and I was carding for hours, and really it's hurting my neck, it's driving me crazy. But now that I'm doing it this way, I did it yesterday. I sat in there from 11 a.m. until 4:20 yesterday, 1 plant, and let me tell you, this stuff here, you guys, it's got to be the best. Yeah, hands down. Woo. So that's what you got to do. You got to use the whole plant. Just crush it, guys.
That's an awesome story, John. I love it. See, John's already raised his own bar.
I had to. I had no choice because right now the bar is being risen by everybody. Everybody's showing up with some nice sifty, melty stuff now. So, I mean, I just got to keep going a little bit farther.
Well, that's it, right? When you find yourself wanting other people's hash, when you have your own hash, you know there's a few things that you need to figure out. You need to start.
I wanted hash, and I wanted Darrin's hash, and I'm like, why? I have my own.
I figured out how to get closer to the hash maker.
Well, Aaron, you don't count because you're Aaron. I mean, you're just you're DNA genetics, dude. Like if you can't get good hash, then something in the world is wrong.
I can't tell you about the amazing hash I have right now. I have stuff from Jibs and Ken Wall. I have from all these different hash makers, bro. And like, I'll tell you, at night I smoke the bubble hash. During the day I smoke the dry sift.
Nice. That's a nice combination.
Oh, it's great. I mean, like, when I say during the days, when I have time to run, like this weekend, it's a long weekend for us down here. I think it's a long weekend for you guys up there too, right? It's a holiday.
We're so busy right now because it's President's Weekend.
That's right. And family day is coming up, right?
Yeah. No, Family Day just was. That was last weekend, I think.
Okay.
We got the Olympics happening up here for the 2 weeks, gold medal games and all that. I got gold medal tickets to the women's game and the men's game for the Olympics and Winter Games, and a golden pass to go check all of the gold stuff out, all of the events. It's going to be pretty interesting. Prince George is fucking a major metropolis right now. There's that fucking cocksucker Harper is here. I'd like to walk up to him and call him a piece of shit. If I get to see him, I will definitely go, hey, Harper, you fucking goof. Fuck you. The whole fucking crowd will hear me. Trust me. Guarantee it. I'll fucking YouTube it, man. I'll film it.
Listen, Darrin, it reminds me of Steve Tuck. I'll never forget Steve Tuck when the drug czar from America, John Walters, was walking into the BCMP, and Steve Tuck took a giant rip of bubble hash and blew it in John Walters' face, the drug czar. How's that for a fucking fuck you?
That is fucking awesome.
That's pretty baller. Hey, welcome Todd and whole crew, and holy shit, if that's Rick Ross on the couch.
It really is.
Dude, that's ridiculous. Welcome to Hash Church, guys.
Yeah. Well, thanks. You know, somebody took a little video clip of me complaining that the fake prison guard Rick Ross was going to be at the High Times event, and they put it on Instagram, and I was a little blown away that people were listening so closely to us on Hash Church. But then last night, I actually was standing at the cannabis symposium, and Ricky walks in. I almost fell over, man. I ain't seen Ricky since Victorville Prison in 2003.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that you guys are seeing each other in better conditions.
Hey, good morning, Aaron.
Good morning. Now, that's quite a sight to be seen right there. You know, you two guys in the same room.
Well, I'm getting educated. You know? I'm getting educated.
I can't believe it. That was fucking great, Aaron.
Respect right there.
Hustling for years, boys. Hustling for years.
This is loud. This is gonna be
All right.
Todd,
Give us the lowdown for those on Hash Church, because there's going to be thousands of them. You know, who the real Rick really is.
Well, I'd have to take you back way back into 1996 when a journalist named Gary Webb dropped an article about how the CIA was basically bringing in cocaine by taking a blind eye from the Nicaraguan nationals who were trying to escape a civil war that was happening in Nicaragua. By doing so, they were bordering Colombia, and they had all this cocaine coming in, and basically our CIA went to our Congress and tried to get them to fund the resistance in Nicaragua, and our Congress only gave them like $19 million when they were asking for hundreds of millions of dollars, and it pissed off the CIA, according to the article. And that's when the Nicaraguan nationals that they were trying to fund started basically bringing cocaine by the container load into America. And then what was happening is they made friends with people that were obviously distributing it. Ricky happened to become friends with a gentleman named Daniel Blandon, who was a Nicaraguan national, and he was also a CIA, basically one of the people the CIA handled in the Nicaraguan regime. And he started basically fronting Ricky, you know, back in the day, hundreds of kilos when they cost 60 G a kilo. And Ricky, being the honest entrepreneur that he is, he showed back up with millions of dollars in cash and wanted more. And Ricky was a part of the scene for like through the 80s and such. And then when that whole Ollie North scene happened and they had to back away from it, that's when, you know, LAPD and they started turning and going after, not turning, but that's when the protection kind of backed off and when LAPD first locked Ricky up. And what ended up going down is LAPD was so corrupt at the time that the federal government went after the cops in a program called Operation Big Spender, and then actually started busting the state cops who were actually, I would say, violating the rights of, you know, people they were going after by breaking the law, stealing their drugs, beating them up, putting them through hell. And when they were trying to get Ricky, they put his family, his friends through hell. Ricky was so pissed at it, he self-surrendered to LAPD in the 80s. And went to jail, ended up getting time. The feds came at him and said, basically, if you will basically work with us against the cops that were screwing you over, we'll cut your sentence. So they did that, and those cops that were bad got prosecuted. But then what happened is, as soon as Ricky got out, this was probably circa 94 or 5, Daniel Blandon, the Nicaraguan national who was his contact, started calling him up all the time, basically just saying, hey, I got coke, will you please pick it up? You know, will you please just put me in touch with your people? I got all this product, I can't move it, I know you're honest, please help me. So Ricky was broke, he needed help, he put up a deal, it was a setup, and as soon as they caught him in San Diego trying to pick up the shipment, they busted him and Ricky ended up getting life. That was back in 1995, and that's when Gary Webb, who now this movie Kill the Messenger is made about. And basically, at the time, Gary Webb was following leads, and he followed the lead down to San Diego and went in and met Ricky when Ricky was, still sitting in MCC, it's called, down in San Diego. It's a facility for the feds where they hold you before they sentence you and everything. And he started explaining the involvement of the Nicaraguan nationals that Ricky was dealing with. People that he thought he could trust that were his friends were actually just double-crossing him, working for the CIA, and using them to bring in, literally millions and millions and millions of dollars, and use it to buy guns and then funnel the guns that they were buying from the CIA back to Nicaragua. This was basically their de facto policy for many years through the 80s. Yeah. And that's what caused Gary Webb to write this very significant book. It's called this significant book that's basically called The Dark Alliance, and exposes all of this. And fortunately, through lobbying by the likes of Maxine Waters and other officials, Ricky ended up getting commuted, right down from
We won an appeal. We
won
wound up winning an appeal.
So ladies and gentlemen, this is a real Ricky. And then I'll just say, I was so naive when I went to prison that I thought, I wonder if I meet Ricky Ross. And sure as shit, they stick me in Victorville prison directly across from Rick, and that was it. We became friends immediately. He got me a job on the trash cycle, so I had a good job in prison, and that's it. We were best friends after that. But then, sadly, the white guys didn't like us hanging out. I used to sit with them in the lunchroom and everything, and that's when I started getting threats saying I couldn't hang out with black people, I couldn't buy weed from black people, I couldn't go into cells with black people, I couldn't smoke weed with black people, and I didn't take that very well. So I just said, no, thank you, I'll do what I want. So they stepped to me and tried to knock me out, and that was the last time I saw Ricky. He was in my cell giving me a hug, telling me, man, they're going to ship you to the hole. So that was a long time ago.
That was a sad day, man. Man.
That is a sad day.
It was a sad day.
Someone got to step in and fuck things up.
Yeah, to think that people still think that same old crazy ass way that they've been thinking all these years, and it's the same way with the drug war right now. It's sad. I mean, when you see cops, elite cops, because those cops that went crooked on my case, Todd, they were corrupted by the money.
Yeah.
They saw that money and they wanted in. Just like everybody else is benefiting from this drug war that we've been fighting for who knows how many years, 50, 60 years. Most people are corrupted by the money.
Right. Since getting out of prison, Ricky has dedicated himself to trying to, stop the drug war, bring attention to what's going on, and, make efforts to kind of help society in a way, really,
When did you get out?
I've been out since 2009, but I just got off parole 4 months ago, so this is all new to me. I've already been at a hemp fest, and I went to my first hemp conference in San Bernardino last week. Totally new to me, I'm like, damn, this shit would have got you locked up in the 80s, people kept talking to me, and I was like, man, do you know the freedom that you guys have right now? We didn't have this in the 80s. They would have locked everybody up out here. They would have had the National Guard surround that place and took everybody down. So, this is all new to me, man. I've been out since 2009, but I've only been off parole for 4 months now, and me and Todd couldn't even be around each other.
We couldn't associate before he got off probation.
Yeah, that's terrible. I hate the way the system does that. You can go back to jail on parole for being suspicious of being suspicious. But man, you're an icon, a legend. It's nice to meet you. Thanks for doing everything you've done. It's fucking awesome, man. You're a warrior.
Oh, Darrin, sorry guys, I muted their mic because we have a feedback coming through, and so if you want to repeat what you said there, Darrin, then I can unmute their mic and they can reply to you.
Oh, I just wanted to say thanks for everything he did. He's a weed warrior, man. To go through that kind of shit and come out with a smile on your face still, that's first class, man. First fucking class.
Here, I'll unmute now. Boom, now you're unmuted.
Yeah, we definitely can't let them break our spirits. We got to keep our head up and keep fighting and keep educating the people.
You guys come up with the no. Don't use this door anymore. Go down there.
Well,
Yeah,
just
I hear that,
you stick up for the fight, and it works. You got to stay the course, man. Everybody, it's impressive to see people that have actually done it and still doing it.
We should also welcome Cuban Grower to the room. He's here in the chat room with us, Mr. Dry Sifter. Welcome, brother.
Welcome.
Yo, what's up, guys? How's it going? Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, man, you've been invited for a long time, actually. I just, it's crazy, kind of a hectic time for me in the morning to try and. The easiest way I can get the link out is to people on Facebook, but I do send out a few email links. Aaron's an email link, as is Rob Clarke. So if you want me to just put you on the email link, we were talking a lot about dry sifting today, so I thought it would be an interesting conversation for you to attend.
Yeah, man. I mean, I've always wanted to come, but because of my hectic lifestyle with the gardening, you know what I mean? I always seem to wake up when it's halfway through the church, and I kick myself in the butt over it, you know what I mean? But I'm just glad to have been here early and really, really excited to be part of the conversation. And Aaron, thanks for the shout-out, man. You don't know how good it was to meet you and be able to share some of my hash with you. If I could have shared more, if I had more containers, I would have sent you home with a lot more flavors, man.
It's all good, brother. I'll see you again. Until then, the wifey and I are both enjoying this. Thank you. No name.
Hey, it's just a humble bag seed, from back in Dade County. It's I would consider it an S1 from the creepy. But yeah, it's what I'm pressing out right now. It's definitely powerful. Good morning, Smoke.
I think I'm gonna have another rip of the lamb's bread here from Johnny B. Oh my gosh!
I'm gonna OG goose.
The seed was 20 years old when I cracked it. Well, 19 and a bit.
Hey, Mark.
Yes, sir.
I understand you might want to come up and take a picture of these plants, the assortment of flavors that we have going, that we got from you at the end of the month. Is this possible, or?
It depends on when I have to go to Jamaica. If I don't have to go to Jamaica in the first week of March, I will come out at the end of the month. Absolutely, I want to make that happen, even if it's just for like a quick
4 weeks away.
Jamaica.
I'll come with you if you don't mind a tag along. I'd love to come up to your place, D.
Fuck yeah, Johnny. If you can come up, that would be fucking awesome. Definitely. Have both you guys up here.
I'll definitely bring in some. I'll clean the next stuff 5 times just for you guys. And it's going to be full plant run. I'm crushing the whole plant now. I just passed the point now. It's like 20% humidity. Crush it.
Crush it. Crush it.
The key is making that weed dry enough.
3 weeks. Yeah, I'm bone drying on this stuff now. That's the only way you can't do anything else with it. You have to.
Move to Colorado. It'll be dry in like 3 days.
I want to let Todd know that if he wants me to unmute his mic, someone just really has to hold up their hand. If they hold up their hand, then I can see and I'll unmute their mic. Otherwise, we've got a wicked feedback going through that mic, but we didn't want to cut those guys off.
I was just going to say, I turned my DHU off of my AC yesterday for 3.5 hours. When I went back in my room, it was 76% humidity. So I had to get everything back on. That was after sitting in there for 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks. So, yeah, the humidity here sucks right now.
And the humidity down on the coast takes my dry sift, powdery, sandy hash from Prince George, all the way down, sealed and everything, no problem. As soon as I open it up, the stuff is fucking a solid piece because of the humidity down there, or the level, whatever it is. Blows my mind.
I still have your stuff in powder.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm 5.5 miles from the water, and this shit is still sand, Cuban grower style.
Sandy sands.
Yeah, mine just, maybe, I don't know what the hell. Why does it do that to me?
I think maybe it's not 100% dry when it first started.
Maybe if I have it in my pocket.
Oh yeah, heat
You
will
know,
definitely.
Yeah, but I don't think I had it in my pocket. It's. I'll
In
just
your
have to
hand.
actually experiment. I'll just
Hey,
experiment.
how about 400 people watching Hash Church right now?
400.
Yeah, we're at 390.
Well, I will do a bong rip to that right
All right,
now.
you want to bong rip that?
We're gonna hit 420 today. I can feel it. 420.
Yeah,
Oh.
we got to hit 420.
We gotta hit 420. I want a picture of that.
So share this link. Share House Church. Let's get us up to 420 viewers today, guys. Everybody out there watching.
Maybe we should talk about terpenes. Quite a few people are asking about terpenes. It seems to be the latest and the greatest and what everyone wants to hear.
Where's Tony Turpine?
You know what? Holy shit, that's someone I totally forgot to invite.
Dick.
See what I'm saying, dude? I can't keep up with this shit, bro.
You spent enough time with him in Jamaica or something? Because
No, not at all. Like, dude, I forgot Darrin last 2 times ago. So I mean, I'm fucking fallible.
Hurt my feeling too.
Dude, just because
I've a couple times, and you hurt my feelings. I'm
Whoa.
kidding. All good. We love you.
Dude, listen,
Yeah.
I forget
Bubbleman.
to invite you guys. I do not have a stick up my ass. I just forgot to invite you.
Fucking stoned.
Everyone is welcome. I welcome everyone. Really. Except, no, I'm just joking.
Oh, I've got an accept. I just won't give
Oh.
him that fucking shout out, that piece of shit.
All right, Brad Higgins.
Great show. Would you make this into, what were you calling this, live sift? So it's year 7. Can you do that for me? Because I've cleaned this really nicely now.
No, it's dry. I can't make it live if it's lost. Once it's dry, it's lost. It's now dry. I can't go back and re-wet the plant.
You got to recapture the fresh terpenes.
I got a 13.5 week Medi haste for you then. You have the whole thing. It's still growing.
I've got a heavy schedule to look into.
Oh, okay. No, if you're busy, that's okay.
Busy hustling, man. Busy feeding the fam.
Oh, you know what? That amazing terpenes you're making, whatever you're doing in there, it's really...
It's really a lot of work to
Hey,
make it look easy.
Mark just told me he was going to be joining soon from Tony's.
who's going to be joining?
Mark, the chemist, Scialdone. Is that how you pronounce his last name? Scialdone?
I don't know. From Tony?
Scialdone.
From Tony's, yeah. You know Mark. He was in here the other day laying it out. He invited Brad Higgins in to talk about...
I must have missed that church.
Oh, it was a good church.
That was
It was
the
a-
Church
I was
19.
I entered late. I got the link late.
Yeah, that was my bad. That's the day I forgot you. Oh, fuck. Today I sent you a link early, though, and then then I had to send you a second one. Not sure what was going on there.
I thought you were going to text it to me. I wasn't checking the email.
Ah. Yeah, I'm all over the place. I'm trying to make it so I only have to send the link from as few places as possible. Right now I send via Facebook, and I send via email.
I know I'm going to
guess I
see
was-
you in a couple of weeks, though.
Oh, good. That's going to be really exciting. Wow. Fuck.
And then Spain. Are you going to Spain? Are you going to go to
Yeah,
Spain?
I wanted to talk to you about Spain, like if you guys got room in your place or if we should rent a place nearby. I'll probably be chilling with Tony.
Well, you just tell me we have extra hotel rooms that we already booked. And if you need
Yeah.
an extra hotel room that's right near the event, we got you.
Probably a good idea. Is someone in that hotel going to have like a living room?
I mean, I don't really know. To be
You're
honest,
definitely going to need some sort of
it's Spain, bro. It's not like we're right next to the expo. You know, it's not that bad of a hotel. It's the best hotel
right next
in
to the
area.
expo, so it's away. It's not in like Barcelona.
No. It's in Fiera del whatever.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe this will be a quick trip. It's hard to say. Because aren't you going to be in Jamaica like right before Spain?
Yes, sir.
Like days before?
Dude, if you knew my traveling schedule right now, bro, you'd be like, oh, you're like me.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I'm supposed to go to Ottawa and visit you guys. Oh, 1 second.
Not in Ottawa.
Oh, girl.
Dabs. Nice dab. Cuban's going for the non-stop dabbing. Boiling it away for us. I love it. That's a melty dry sift right there.
Nice, good shot.
So really what that is that's great dry sifting, but it's also impeccable growing. And I think that's really what will start putting as people learn the tricks to do the sift, which allows you to get to the 99%, the only thing left to really improve upon will be the quality of the resin that you grow, how thin you can get the wax membrane, and how fat and full of those juices, terpene-rich cannabinoid profiles that you can grow into it. So I have a strong, firm belief that it's going to be somewhere along the lines of potentially being able to manipulate the terpene and phenol production inside the lower part of the gland head before it pushes up into the upper cuticle and starts cooking cannabinoids into existence. If we can manipulate those things, I think that we could potentially produce a higher quality resin. Go ahead, Cuban.
So it was interesting that you were talking about like lighter waxes on the resin head itself. I've noticed from my garden, I mean, I run a lot of single source, is what we call it here in Washington. It's, you know, I grow from clone all the way to dried flower, and then I hash. I've personally noticed with more preemie flowers, let's say, for example, if I cut something fresh frozen at week 7, that goes all the way to 12, the color of the grease is lighter. It'll melt down into almost pure oil. It leaves very minimal residue. Now, when I get that same plant and I mature it all the way to 12 weeks, yeah, it's way more terpy. It's more potent because it's a more mature expression of the medicine. However, I'll notice that it'll leave not a considerable amount of residue, but more than it did when the resin heads were less mature. Sure. And I also noticed that the High Times Cup, a lot of the entries, I guess for a visual appeal for the judges or whatever the case, they all look very light, you know,
Cut
almost
early.
Cut early, not very tasty, and the drying on some of the hash was a little rough, to say the least. I mean,
they're going for that veal instead of that matured Kobe beef.
And it's tough because personally, I mean, I grow full mature flowers because, you know, we also do donate the flowers out here to local collectors or whatever. I started hashing as a hobby, but now I'm taking, instead of moving flowers, hashing more seriously. I just hashed a 45 light setup, offer water hash and dry sift. Took it 11 weeks, but next time I venture into that, I might try to do the less mature resin because the yields weren't significantly less. It was just more the color and terps that were affected.
And you're in Washington State?
Yeah, I'm in Washington State, about an hour south of Seattle.
And you know my email? Do you know my email, bubbleman@bubblebag.com?
Yeah, I've actually, no, not the direct one, but I've hit up your company before.
Write that email down, bubbleman@bubblebag.com, and hit me up. Hit me up. I got some things I would like to discuss with you. Oh, we got 410, Johnny B.
Nice job, guys. I was gonna say, how close are you to the Sumas border crossing? Because I'm 3 minutes from there.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me?
Yeah, no, like I'm right on the U.S.-Canada border, right in Washington State here in Abbotsford, in Canada, BC. So we're probably pretty close. If you're an hour outside of Seattle, I'm an hour and a half from Seattle.
Hey, I'd love to go up there and visit you guys sometime. I don't know Washington too well. I moved over here about 3 years ago from Florida just to get into the medical scene and everything, and try to avoid persecution. You know what I mean? But I would definitely love to link up sometime in Canada. I'll definitely bring a lot of headies and we can melt down.
I don't think you can legally do that because of that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. But I definitely have enough here for you to smoke, 100%.
A word. Well, man, even if we whip up some resin over there, you know what I'm saying? Whatever's clever.
And I know Mark has tons too. So.
Awesome. Yeah, well, hit me up for sure. I want to. I got a few things I want to chat with you about.
Yeah,
Smart
for
man.
sure, man.
Smart man. You should definitely hit up Mark.
You got it, man. After the hash church, I'll send you an email and we'll get in touch for sure.
Yeah, man, for sure. So when do you think you're gonna end up in Jamaica there, Aaron? In the next week or 2 or 3?
Yeah, like the beginning of March, right?
I guess so. Sure.
Beginning of March?
I think I'm supposed to go to Ottawa too.
What's in Ottawa? Some people?
Yeah, we talked about those people.
I can't remember half the shit I talk about, dude. It's just, but that's cool. That's far, but cool. My father used to be the fire chief of that city. Oh, they gotta say bye. I'm gonna unmute their mic so they can say bye to us.
Hey, Mark. Hey, we are going to go to the International Cannabis Business Conference happening in San Francisco today.
Nice.
It's where I happen to find Ricky.
Oh, very cool. Well, very glad that you guys
so we wanted to. Yeah, we wanted to. You know, I couldn't believe that like went viral. That little bit about me complaining about the prison guard using Ricky's name.
Fuck.
So obviously, a lot of people are watching Hash Church pretty closely.
Oh yeah, thousands, man, thousands.
Well.
421 guys, 421 viewers. Sorry.
Well, very cool. Well, we'll see you guys next Sunday, man. We'll give you updates.
Wicked, guys. Thanks for coming in. Todd, as always, a pleasure. Good to see the rest of you. Rick, super cool, man. Stay real.
Peace.
Peace.
Peace, guys.
Thanks for the plug. Thanks for the plug with the book, too.
Hey, you know,
I'm going out and buying it.
I gotta respect the hustle, bro.
You gotta respect.
That's great.
Thank
you, guys. Have a great day, everybody.
Thanks,
Peace.
Todd. Todd's
Right,
out
good night,
from
guys.
LA with Rick Ross, and Ashwin's in from Amsterdam.
Ross.
Cannabis.
Ross.
That was very cool. That was cool having Rick Ross and Hash Church.
So 422 viewers right now, so we got to get a nice big bong rip for everybody in Hash
Oh
Church.
shit! I didn't even see 420.
Grab your bong. And it's we're pumping hard.
Johnny B. Hey, when Johnny B says grab your bong, you
Grab
best
your
listen.
bong. Everybody grab your
Bong.
bong. This is kind of like, you know, we talked about this at Hash Church episode 1. Can we get to 420?
All right,
There we go.
here we go. Grab your bongs. You been even going up lately, Dev?
I told you, I'm working.
Gee, what?
Yeah, well, it's been working for batting with my shoes off a bit and that was working like that.
Oh yeah, that was tasty. Thanks for that, Johnny B. Always paying attention to the 420 numbers.
You know, I interrupt and I do the 420 no matter what. Sorry, I had to do it.
Very good. How are you doing, Ashwin?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Doing well. Coughing my brains out after that last rip at Darrin's OG.
I noticed. Greetings from Amsterdam, everyone. How are you doing, Aaron?
Ashwin, you working late, buddy.
Yeah, it's all 1 hour left, and then I can shut the shop.
Right on. Well, man, good to see you. I'll see you in Spain. Are you going to Spain?
Spain? Yeah, I'm going definitely.
All right.
Everyone's going here. What? You're going, Mark?
Do I have to go to Spain?
Yeah, I should be in Spain, depending on what my obligations are in Jamaica. As long as I'm able to leave Jamaica, I'll do that. But if I got to stay in Jamaica, then I'll stay in Jamaica.
Awesome. Yeah, it's all good. It's both good.
Yeah, wherever I'm needed most. 421.
So you're staying in Jamaica, buddy.
Yeah, I think I might be.
Corporate decisions. Mark's staying in Jamaica.
I got to admit, I'll do it. I'm not afraid of a little chicken V virus.
Well,
okay, I am.
I'm looking forward to being in Jamaica with you, buddy. That's for sure.
It'll definitely be a trip. It's already been a trip with so many different people. I mean, I went on trips with Johnny B. I went on trips with Bird. I went on trips with Giddy. I went on trips with Tony. There's been so many different people. It's been really cool. It'll be good to see you there.
Yeah, well, Don's been trying to get me to go to Jamaica for since 2000. I don't know, since 90 something. He's been trying to get me to go to Jamaica, and every time I just leave my reservation dough. I just forget about the ticket. I never go. I don't know what it is. Jamaica's been I've been avoiding Jamaica.
Yeah, I guess you've just been waiting to go there for everything to be lined up like all the planets have lined up.
Yeah.
Question.
It's all going to be lined up.
Nice. Welcome, Cuban Grower's wifey for dabs. Hit it up.
Yo. Question. Did you guys try this Kingpin before?
Not yet. Just oil?
I don't know. It's so super tasty. I think, I don't know if they're added herbs or how they make the oil that's in here, but it's so super tasty.
Cuban Hash Queen, if you want to check her out on IG, Instagram.
Hey, how do you take a screenshot on a Mac?
It's like Command-Shift-3 or something, or Command-Shift. There's a few different ways. You can do it so you take a whole screen, or you can control what section of the screen you take. Which one do you want to do?
I want to take a picture of Ashwin holding up that pen again.
Oh, okay, but just a section of it.
Wait. Can someone take that picture for me right there?
Oh, now you're getting even worse. First you just asked me how to do it.
I don't know how to do it. Command-Shift-3?
No, I'm going to tell you in 1 second. It's called this thing called Google.
There's Skywalker OG in this, and it's...
Yeah, so to copy a portion, it's Command-Shift-4.
Okay, hold that shit up, Ashwin. Keep it still.
Why, is that your buddy's company or something? Here, I'll open it for you. Boom. How about that? I'll make it the whole screen.
I can't do it.
All right, I'll do it for you.
Fucking sucks.
All it does is make your mouse, so then you got to draw the picture. I just did it for you. Boom. You want me to send you the picture now?
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Hash Church in it. Nice, chill, relaxed Hash Church today with 425 viewers. Haven't checked into the other chat for a second. Maybe we should see what they're all saying. Bubbleman, have you guys experimented with adding infrared and UVA, UVB to your light spectrum for increased resin production? Well, Horatio and I had a conversation about this. So did D420K and I. I could let D420K talk about it first, and then I could let Horatio talk about it second if you want.
And I got a lot to talk about that, too.
Well, I think Horatio could say everything that I could say and then some. So instead of hearing it twice, I'd like to hear what Horatio has to say about it myself.
But I don't think Horatio has the same perspective as you.
Okay, and that's the UV perspective, UV rays?
I'm not sure. He would have to answer. If you want to pass it over to Horatio, he can go for it.
What's the question again? I've been coughing my face off.
Oh, I gotta go back and read it. It was in the church. Shit. Okay, just a second here. Wow, it moves fast.
It was basically whether any of us have experimented with infrared and the different UV spectrums to increase resin production.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I've heard you do it.
Yeah, well, the UV spectrum, for what my opinion is, and from what I've seen compared to growers using the high-pressure sodiums and throwing some metal halides in and maybe throwing in a UV, not a UV, what is it, the LED stuff. Like, there's all kinds of stuff going on right now, but what I've found is the UV bulbs that you use, like in your shop, your bright ones, if you surround your plants with those, as well as your 600 watts, your 400 watts, or your 1,000 watts, that the resin grows more because there's UV rays in there. The UV rays are not in your high-pressure sodiums and stuff because those will cause skin cancer and everything like that. You can get lawsuits, and they don't have those in those spectrums of light, to my understanding. So with those bulbs putting out the UV rays, the plant grows resin, fatter resin heads to protect the plant from those UV rays and to utilize those UV rays down the stalk into the plant like a solar panel. That's my opinion on the UV rays. One other thing I wanted to say is this morning, and this is what I was gonna message Horatio. This is the binaural beats and sound waves and plant growth. Plants, crops, grape wineries are using these systems of music at certain vibrations and tones that are creating greater yields and better production and stuff. That's just something I wanted to throw out there too. Sound, vibrations, and your plants, as well as UV rays. What's your perspective, Horatio?
Well, I mean, we've all been looking at the LEDs, and what I really noticed was that chasing reptile bulbs and things that are kind of balanced to be 3 inches away from a, reptile, and not really meant to light up the spectrum of, what could be a massive grow. My biggest interest is in the 10K lights from Solus Tech. They're specifically making a bulb that is pushing out UVB, so you can buy it in the 1,000 watts of UVB. Now, they recommend just bringing it in as a finisher and as a starter in the flower, but I've mainly been looking at is putting those on a light mover in the row so that with one UV emitting light, you can have it work with LEDs in the center. So that way they're getting a strong stimulus, because really plants get a UVB burst, but it's like what Brad was talking about. It's that high 11 to 2, they're getting pounded, but then the rest of the day it's not the same. So you can't really just flood them with a shit ton of UVB, but you can use the UVB coming out of the metal halides in flower to stimulate that stress, but keep it moving, not just keep it on the plant. That's kind of why people don't finish with metal halides, exclusively. But I think when paired with the LEDs and their natural harmony of healthy plants, it could really work. Because going back to the sound spectrum, the first thing I was going to say is it won't work in our grow rooms because those HID lights demand so many other things like AC that the plants are listening to a completely different tune. They're listening to vibrations and hums of industrial force. So really, to get a situation where plants could actually listen to music, you would have to be in an LED environment, which you're not pumping ACs and fans 24/7. It would just be a light breeze. So really, to get closer to nature, we can't use lights that bring in things like massive ACs if you really wanted to follow that winery theory out, because those grapes, they're not exactly living under HID lights, are they, for that theory to actually work and increase production?
Very good point. That's why I wanted to ask you, man. Fucking right. That's good. So what about taking all that stuff out of the room? We keep all those things out of the room anyways, right? Except there is the noise. You can't get away from it. What about having the vibrations a little louder, or just having them just vibrations? And there's studies that said that like me and my buddy were talking about this morning. He brought it up to me, and he said that if it's 8 hours a day or 24/7, it's gonna kill the plants. All these musics and tones and stuff like that. Country music, they do nothing. It's symphony and orchestra stuff they respond to the most. Rap and hard rock, they actually grow away from. Different energies, I guess, is what they're feeling. So they also did a thing of 3 different plants, 3 different people. 2 people being very nice to their plants, and these plants are hooked up to sensors and loving their plants and giving them little kisses and loves, and the 3rd guy going, "You fucking son of a bitch, I hate you," and giving it a shake and being mean and rough to it. And they were hooked up to sensors, and they showed patterns. They showed reactions they show responses to the actions of the people. Now, even when those guys left the room, and those plants were in the room by themselves, they had nothing going on in the sensors. And then when the 2 guys that were nice came into the room, before they came into the room, the plants responded in positive ways, like positive tones on the chart or whatever. And then when the 3rd guy came in that was all mean, before he even got to the room, all 3 plants reacted on the charts before he even got to the room because of his negative energy. Now, what do you think of that stuff?
It's absolutely true. I mean, I can give you a book on doing that same experiment with water freezing, and then when they freeze the water, the crystalline patterns are completely different, feeding it in the same water source. So,
Masura Emoto, right? Messages in the water.
Yep.
I met him.
Nice.
Cool.
I was in a pretty big garden in Arizona the other week, and they play death metal in their rooms. And, I walked in, I go, is it just who's working today, Because, normally you don't hear this in anybody's grow.
Ever.
And sure as shit, they're like, our plants respond great to this music. And I was like, I don't play music for plants all the time, but usually when I'm playing music with the plants, it's usually reggae, so I'm not so, I think it's a good vibe. But death metal, I was very surprised, and it's very surprised to hear, our plants thrive under this music. So maybe they play it at that certain loudness,
certain tone
that produces this vibration, that they're not mean to the plants, but they take care of their plants. But it's this vibration of their death metal music that the plants are thriving off of.
Maybe death metal is a better vibe than you think. Maybe it's not negative at all.
What was the strain?
Huh?
Getting
What
back
was
to
the strain? It could be strain specific.
They had multiple strains in this room.
They were growing
all started from seed.
Mostly Hell's Angels OG.
Yeah.
Martian green.
Metallica Haze.
Metallica Haze.
Sepultura Kush.
Hey, I love that. You can't deny experience, true experience, right?
I love Sepultura.
Sepultura.
And Soulfly.
I love listening to that.
Soulfly is their other band. Fucking awesome, man.
Well, there's nothing like good old-fashioned Slayer.
Slayer. Fuck. Man, I had so many bleeding noses and fat lips to their mosh pits when I was young. Fuck, I loved it, man. I loved that fucking shit. Loved it. Long hair, head banging as hard as I could for the whole fucking time.
I'll tell you, out of all the mosh pits I ever went into back in Winnipeg in the days of the Albert, which was very much like the Ivanhoe in Vancouver, this sort of run-down, greasy punk bar that people would go to. And out of all the shows I ever went to, I never saw anything worse than an SNFU concert where Chai Pig kicked my friend right in the mouth with steel-toed boots, and then my friend fell off the stage on top of a beer bottle, and it sliced into his hand and went all the way up his wrist, gnarly, toothless, bloody scene. And of all shows, SNFU, not really what I would consider the most hardcore of shows.
And he went back to the next, didn't he?
No, he went back to the hospital, bro. It was bad.
Yeah, but those scars, he got a story for that scar. That
Oh, dude, trust me, he's telling that story right now.
Yes, absolutely.
Guy Pig kicked me in the face.
Right in the fucking face. And then I got this scar when I fell on the beer bottle. Fuck.
That's what
And then he goes into a fucking guitar riff, guitar
So you
solo.
never know what good information we're going to cover in Hash Church.
How about grow room accidents?
Grow room accidents. All right, you start, Aaron.
Overflowing your res.
Your chiller's not working.
I got one stitch from a pump sprayer, bro.
What?
Have you ever been socked in the face by a pump sprayer?
No.
Oh,
dude. You know you pump them up and you have like a check valve.
Yeah.
So you can release the pressure. Well, the thing was empty, and I checked it, and the air came out. Well, obviously there was a lot more air in it than what came out. As I was unscrewing it, you know, you remember those little toys you used to play with, those little water rockets you used to pump up and they used to shoot up? So I'm unscrewing this shit, and I get to the last again, and I can hear the air escaping. So I'm like, oh, there's not so much air in there. And the last thread, and this shit shot straight up. Boom! Hit me in the lip, in the grow. Okay, I had someone helping me in the grow. Thank goodness. I walk over to him. And I go, "Am I bleeding?" And like I'm just like, my lips exploded, blood's everywhere throughout the grow room. You know, he's like, "Yeah, you're messed up." Above the place we had a friend who was living there. So I walk into his house, and I go, he's like, "Dude, what happened?" And he goes, "You're bleeding." I go, "How bad is it?" He's like, "I'm calling you a taxi. You go to the emergency room." I go to the emergency room, one stitch, go back to the grow, finish doing my work, because, you know, you got to be a dedicated player to this industry. You got to finish what you started, you know? Got to clean up the blood all over the floor and shit. And, but yeah, grow room accidents, bro. You got to make sure you use those check valves, people, because they're made for a reason.
Damn. Maybe use them a couple of times.
Dude.
I got one. A grow room accident. Building a new room. Putting these wood spikes, fucking big, thick bastards. I happened to have, I'd lay down for a nap, coffee break, nap, whatever, on the couch in the living room. And it's time to go back to work. I get up and I walk over to where my boots are to put them on, and my heel, right here, catches one of those nails on the floor, the point of it. And as I catch it, I slide all the way forward for about 3-4 feet, and the head of the nail hits the edge of the wood and drives that spike almost all the way into my heel. Holy fuck, you wanted to hear me hollering, boy. Holy shit.
That's hilarious.
We pulled it out with a hammer claw, with an S-wing. Fucking yanked her out. And fucking it hurt, man. It hurt so bad. I could have cried. I didn't cry, I don't think. I don't think I actually had tears because it hurt too much.
You whelped.
No, I didn't, Ralph. But fuck.
No, whelp.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah, I whimpered. I whimpered and I whelped. Yes, oh, yes. Oh, fuck, I could feel it right now going through me. It hurts so bad. Fuck. That's one of mine.
I just have a pathetic light burn story where I went in one time and got a little too close to the 1,000-watt light bulb and singed on the back of my... I also, of course, had no shirt on because I thought it would be a good idea to go in there because it was a little bit too hot back in the newbie days where, instead of, doing things properly, you just, your grow room was 855 degrees Fahrenheit. I'd be like, man, it's really uncomfortable in there.
Everybody who's growing dope, if you haven't had a ball burn, I don't think you've really grown any dope.
A ball burn, eh?
Yeah, dude. A ball burn, on your face, on your back, on your arm, wherever. And it's, of course, on your back or something because you're in there with no shirt thinking you're fucking in a fucking tropical wonderland. You don't need the shit.
Oh, I tell you.
Have you ever been electrocuted in the grow room?
Yep.
Yes.
I watched my business partner get electrocuted, bro. Really good, bro. Standing in a puddle. I told this fool. He's like, so we had this room that was aqua farms. I'll show you a picture of kind of what it looked like. I'll just put it up real quick so you guys can see it.
I've done putting the primers together and touch one side and got the goods out. I've done in my room, everybody sees check water. Well, that would be because I went in to fill the res, left, went inside, shower. Beautiful sunny day out, August. Went outside and I could see the stream of water running down my driveway into the damn thing. And the first thing I did was turn on a water hose and throw it on my car as the cops rolled by slowly looking at me. It was actually quite comical. There was about 1.5 feet of water in my whole garage. It was crazy.
Oh, well, yeah, the floods, we've definitely done the flooding thing. Because Amsterdam, bro, you're above everybody, dude. So it's like, it happens. But so we had these pumps, okay, that we hung. They were all connected to one main line. One of the pumps failed. So Don, thinking, just because it's not working doesn't mean there's no electricity running to it, decided he was going to take a wire clipper and just cut this fucking thing and rewire a new pump to the whole thing, and just clipped it. Clip, live power, brrr, in the water. I'm like, dude. And the power didn't even shut off. You know? And if we got to talk about flooding places, bro, I mean, I've had numerous neighbors call us up and say, hey, bro, it's leaking water into my house. You know? And then we'll be like, did you shut the water off? He's like, no, I mean, yeah. Well, get your fucking ass back there and make sure. And the whole fucking house is water. We had this other dude named Bear in Amsterdam who had this spot, and like, so lucky that there was a friend who was working in the shop. He had to go take a piss, and so he had to leave it was a double floor. He had to go take a piss, so he walked upstairs while he was filling to take a piss. Took his piss, smoked a bowl. Someone called him. He totally forgot that he was filling up his res. The next morning,
whoa,
our buddy comes into work and he's like, dude, there's water like coming out the front door of the place. You know, and it ended up like the place ended up being a bust because of a pipe busting and the fire department going in an upstairs window to find the leak, which was downstairs. Big bust, but you play the game, you can't always stay on the bike sometimes, you know. You can ride the bike, but you can't always stay on it.
Yeah, sometimes there's bumps in the road. There's no doubt about that.
When you go over the handlebars and land right on your face.
There's that too.
I've done that one.
Back to UVB ray light and stuff. I was actually talking with Greg, Marijuana Man, and a few other people, and actually last in House Church episode 19 with Brad and Mark. It's too bad he was going to get on here. They talked a lot about frequency and stuff like that with the new lighting technology and stuff with the ceramic HID lights and with the new LEDs, and they talked a lot about. And then with Greg was talking about how UVB is, I think it's about between 220 and 280. Horatio might know more about this. I was really learning a lot about it over the last couple of weeks. There's been a lot of talk around it just because of, with the LED light that I'm using right now, it's just touching borderline of the UVB at 280. So there, you know what? There's a lot of good penetration there right now. So is more to come with it. I think the HPS and HID lights are going to be like 8-tracks and DVDs pretty soon because there's a lot of new technology coming out on it.
Hey, I wanted to mention something actually to all the viewers out there and to my friends that are currently running businesses. I got turned on to a really cool contact recently. He sent me a link called Spreezy.com, and I'll actually give you a better link because I have my own link that I want to share, and it's Spreezy. Spreezy, SPREESY.com /R as in resin /3292. And that link will take you to this. Basically, it's really cool. It turns your Instagram. What's that, Aaron?
Type that in the chat.
I will. It turns your Instagram into a point of sale. And I'll explain exactly. Just let me type that into chat first. 3292. 3292. All right, so it really is quite simple. You take a picture of, say, one of your shirts, Aaron, and you put up a post on Instagram to your 70 or 80,000 followers, and you say that you have 100 of these shirts, and how you do that is you write the number 100, and then you put an X right next to it. That allows Spreezy, once you've signed up through that link and set up your PayPal account through it, which is just giving them permission to access your Instagram account and then linking your PayPal account to it. What it does is you put, say, 100 shirts with an X, and then you put the dollar symbol and whatever the price you want. So the other day I put bubble bags up for sale. Regular $3.45, I put them up for $2.25, over $100 off. Dude, I did like $4,000 in sales in like a couple of hours. It was unbelievable. It's so effective. It turns your Instagram account, like you have your website with all your shirts, but no one sees that. The amount of people that see your Instagram is like 100 or 1,000 or 5,000 times more people. So the minute you post it there, and cooler than that, you don't want to turn your Instagram into a full-on spam account, but it allows people to gain access to your stuff. And if you do one every week and you post all your stuff eventually, there's an My IG store link that Spreezy gives you, and you can send that link out, and it literally has every item you've ever put up there for sale. So it's pretty darn cool. I've been liking it myself. My phone makes sounds almost every other hour, and then I see, oh, it's like you've got some cash. Definitely worth checking out. Spreezy.com/r/3292. That's my. I get a $10 or a $12 link up when you sign up for me, but you gotta sign up your billing. John signed up halfway, but he didn't do his billing, and so it only goes through once you've done your billing. Yeah, there's since yesterday.
Nice.
Makes me want to make up some T-shirts.
That's what I'm saying, Darrin. Literally, if you took a picture, dude, I'm telling you.
Fuck
I'm telling
yeah.
you. Go sign up right away, man.
I just
Aaron's already got all the T-shirts. That's the thing. He could be doing it right away. Hey, welcome, Brad.
Books of the fucking
welcome.
Diamonds. Books of them. Can't wait. Welcome.
I don't know how this could have worked since it's streaming off my tablet and cell phone.
You seem to be coming through okay.
It's working.
All right.
Brad's a busy man, but he still makes Hash Church. You see that, people? None of you have any excuses. We're talking to you, Matt the Great Gardener.
You know, Brad, I was mentioning what you're talking about there after House Church the last time about the frequency and more about the new lighting and the HID surroundings and stuff. The great talk that we were talking about there for a few hours.
I can't hear anything.
Yeah,
it's
I
all
couldn't
breaking
hear
up.
either. He came through really, really low. I'm not sure why he came through so quiet. Let me check his.
I'm hoping when I get to my next stop, I'll be able to tie into that Wi-Fi feed while I trim all day.
Cool. Yeah. Well, we'll be here for a little bit longer. We've already been here for an hour and a half, but I'm sure we've got 435 people watching, so we'll probably stick around till we get up to 500 or 600 today. What do you guys say?
Yeah, let's do it. And
I'm up for it.
hash.
Who's making hash?
No, let's stay till the 600 while we smoke hash.
Okay, now that I can do.
Hell yeah.
That I love.
Let's see what we got going on here.
You know what? I'm gonna have a rip. The last rip that I took was so fucking vicious, man. I near died. The only way that I came out of it was because you put it on me to start talking about something, and it took my mind off of it. Holy crap. Ooh, nice OG. I recognize that package. Smoking some good shit there, mister. I remember smoking that. I remember making.
Yeah, I'm hoping to be at this house here in the next 5 minutes or less.
Good, man. Man, is this hash hard as a rock, Darrin? It actually hurts to try and press. There we go. Dabs.
That's what I mean. That's what happens to it down there. Some of it.
All right, well, here goes a big old rip-a-dippa.
Oh, definitely not doing a toke like I did last time. I did a toke last time like I did on that that hash rip fucking that I took up here that you filmed. It was fucking stupid. Oh.
I just did a slightly stupid one myself.
All right, guys, I'm going to pause it for a minute.
What's going on in Amsterdam, Ashwin?
It's quiet today. I came in half day before my colleague was here in the shop. Yesterday was my birthday, so she decided to work half day for me.
Happy belated birthday, man.
Thank you very much. So I'm also a little bit tired, but yeah, it's very quiet in the shop. I have some friends chilling here, smoking, and yeah, you guys can't see them because I can't move the screen, but...
Hello, Ashwin's friends. We're puffing with you.
Guys, they don't hear you. There's a glass wall.
That's okay. We're still puffing with them.
Exactly.
You can tell them later. We do not require them to hear us.
Yes.
Yeah. Tasty treats.
Say hi at Hash Church, man.
All right, Jen Doe says she's coming in soon.
This is my homie Amsterdam Weed on Instagram.
Hey, what's up,
Buddy.
Right on. Another fellow Instagrammer. Cuban's boiling it up. Clear domes.
Yes. Cuban tech.
Clear dome.
Cheers.
Crappa. I love the dual cameras. Very good. We got to get more of that going on. Everyone's got to come into Hash Church next week with dual cameras. And then if your hash doesn't melt enough, you're out.
Bong rip. Another bong rip, guys. Let's do it. 2 back-to-back. Come on.
You like that, Horatio?
Well, except Darren's like bong ripping. I'm like, oh man, I'm starting to get the queeze. It's too early.
Come on,
yeah,
man.
I love the melt cam where it's all of a sudden it's just doing that farty fume, and then an X comes across your screen, and then you're logged out.
Yes. What do we got there, Ash? Some light green colored nugget.
LA Candy. Gray Area Coffee Shop. Wow, guys, this shit is so lovely.
Nice. That's good to hear.
How's the taste? What's it taste like?
It's a little bit musky, but there are also hints of fruit. I don't know. It's hard
Is it
to
a good
describe.
musky?
What did you say?
Is it a good musky?
Yeah, a very good musky.
Nice.
Yeah. Yes.
What's the genetics on those?
I don't know. LA Candy, LA Confidential. I don't know if they mix the candy with LA Confidential, but I think so. And then it's
We on it.
that's
LA Candy Kush. It's actually Candy Kush LA.
Candy Kush LA, huh?
Yeah.
I love Candy Kush. It was one of my first keeper strains when I started growing from seed. It's on fire.
Growing from seed. Gotta love that.
If it's the real deal, yeah, it's super fire, and that's the case on this one. But in Amsterdam, there's also a lot of like fake Candy Kush. A lot of coffee shops just name their weed Candy Kush, and then yeah, a lot of people buy it, but it's just bullshit. Power plant.
Yeah, I think they do that all over. It'll be interesting to see how things happen differently once more people are allowed to play the game and standardizations occur. And
You know what I personally hate is like the clone market out here in the medical states, man. They make you want to grow from seed because there's so many Bammer clones. People renaming stuff, and very, very low ratio of getting the real deal of what you're actually searching for. So for my experience, man, popping bean, always a good way to get some guaranteed fire. So you can make your own clones, make your own, your cut of whatever genetics you're looking for.
For sure.
Same problem here, same problem.
I have to say, here, if you get clones, for me in particular, you are guaranteed going to get what I give you.
Hell yeah, I wish I had you as a friend when I first moved out here, man. I'm telling you, everyone in Washington that I ever got a clone from, and this is like, in the beginning, oh man, it was just very bad. I stayed with one cut, and it was like an original one from the East Coast. My Miami haze, it's a silver haze. And I just gotta say, I love haze very much. All sorts of hazes, man. It's just the most potent smoke, in my opinion. The real one-hitter quitter.
Yeah, haze is my all-time favorite, and it's in fact why my son Tosh, his middle name is Hayes.
Yeah, hey, that's a powerful name. That's beautiful.
Tosh Hayes. I hope one day it'll be a strain.
Yeah, man. With your influence, in the community, I'm definitely sure somebody would dedicate a haze after your son, man. But I was just puffing on some Ghost Train haze from Rare Dankness. It's a cut that Go Organics won first place in Seattle Cup with some fresh frozen bubble. So I got the cut and I ran some dry sift from it. And I just smoked about a gram of some other dry sift. I took 2 hits of this Ghost Train, and I don't think I can take a third, man.
Yeah, it's awesome, dude. The last time I really got to hang out with Scott was in Amsterdam a few years ago. I've seen him since, but haven't hung out like this. And it was him and Tony and myself in my hotel room or my apartment in Amsterdam. And man, I'll tell you, Scott had the Ghost Train haze full melt. And he gave me a couple of grams initially, which Tony and I just annihilated in like a very short sitting. And then he kept coming back every night, and we just we slayed his Ghost Train haze full melt. Like, he was probably dreading our phone calls by like day 3 or 4, because he's brought enough to last like 10 days, and we're just like, it was keeping us up all night. If you puff that shit at night, forget about it. You are not sleeping.
That's my favorite kind.
Yeah, we were up till 4 o'clock in the morning every night. We puffed that. Keep you awake. Hey, Darrin. Abby. Oh, there she goes. I thought maybe that was Darrin's new dog that he got. I haven't seen the new dog yet, but I guess that was Abby, his bulldog, escaping the room. We've lost everyone. Aaron's gone. Ash is gone. Aaron's gone. But Jen is in the house, so fuck them all. What's up, Jen? Come on, this is perfect timing for you to go, hey, what's up? Yeah, I gave you the fuck 'em all introduction. How's it going, Brad? Back?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you fine, yeah. Seems like your video's working.
Oh. Give me 1 second.
Welcome, Jen. Jen. She's out.
Alright. I'm ready.
Now we can throw a bong rip in there.
fully prepared.
Ready for a dab?
I was listening to this rap song, and the guy's like, I took a BR, and I'm like, what the fuck is a BR? And then he's like, bong rip, and I immediately thought of Darrin. I'm like, what? Is that getting around? Fuck.
That's awesome.
Darrin's like the church bell. But instead of going ding dong, he goes bong rip.
Yeah, bong rip. Hi, Jen.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, I gave you a small introduction. What happened to you? You didn't hear us? Yes, I'm talking to you, Jen. Can you hear me, Jen?
Oh, I didn't hear you. Now I can hear you.
You're welcome.
And then he's like, bong rip, and I immediately thought of Darrin. I'm like, what? Is that getting around?
Nice to get to hear that twice. Hey, here's a funny thing. Like, literally, that was Rick Ross in chat earlier. How fucking tripped out was that? Todd is full of surprises.
Oh, dude, I was texting right away.
That was cool, man. That was really cool.
Amazing.
Ricky
Amazing. Wow.
That was right.
That was a Hash Church moment, man. For sure.
It always is. You know, it's why we gather. We don't come in here with any specific... I'm guessing IG Queen is ripping a dab of some full melt. Dibbity, boily, boily, boily. Yeah, I love it. It's beautiful.
Hey, SJ, my lady says hi, the Cuban Hash Queen. She says, must love it. Jen Doe too, and everybody else in the video chat. Yeah,
Awesome.
we're putting on some hash from not, I guess for the next at least 10-15 minutes. It won't be me on the rig, man. I'm good.
No doubt. You just smoked a couple grams. But I haven't.
I'm just getting ready for some.
BR. We do a BR?
BR.
What rapper was that, Horatio?
Oh, some guy named Ty Dollar. It's in the chorus, so it's like I took a BR, now I'm Irie, and then some guy comes in, he's like bong rip, and then it chimes in I'm Irie a bunch of times.
That's hilarious. Bad bagging it. Hey, is that your new dog, Darrin?
Yeah, blue healer, purebred blue healer, but he's white. His ears went black, and he grows spots every day. One's on his belly. He grew overnight. Like he just. He's
Hey, welcome, Rick. Free Delisi. How you doing, bro?
So I can actually hear. Hi, how is everybody?
Good.
Doing pretty good. We've got 452 people watching right now, and they're just waiting for us to take our bong rip so we can drop serious knowledge on them. So who knows what this next conversation will be.
I better get ready.
I see it's going in the direction of terpenes, and of course Brad's here, so we better go in the direction of light as well. Light and terpenes, that could be our conversation in the next 5 minutes as we rip our bongs. Our full melts, art in my stash.
Mark? Good evening.
Hallowed be thy resin.
In the house. What's up, everybody? Church.
Dude, you're the second Rick to be in Hash Church today. Rick number 2.
Yes.
First it was Rick Ross.
Ricky Ross was on this Hash Church today.
Now the real Rick is here. Ah. What's up, y'all? Everybody good? Sorry, I had the other one on. I didn't know that I had the back one, the YouTube one in the background. My bad.
Wow, full house. That's crazy. Tony just texted me. He's like, it's full.
There's still valve shit in there. Here you go, bro. Here's this.
I'll let Tony get in here. I know there's lots of him to talk about, and hopefully Brad will talk more about the stuff. And
Man, it's real sketchy.
I got some good.
Yeah?
Some full melt. Bubble. Listen, I got this from my homie Nick Bradley. Threw this out to me. Bong rip time, boy.
Did you do a wine pair?
Did the wine pair. We got to the pork, and we got both got halfway through. So
The duck, you mean?
The duck.
The duck. I'm sorry, bro. Stick to it, goddammit. Get ready for me to.
No, we're back in. I got.
What up, Tony?
What up, man?
How you doing?
I dressed up for Hash Church.
Yeah.
We got people. We got people here. Oh, look, it's Pinsky.
Pinsky's on the couch.
Chirping Tony and Tony. Oh, this is pretty interesting now. Who else we got? We got Mark.
Mark's in the house.
Right. Who else? Mark.
Man.
We got into a deep
Mark and Tony Turpin.
Yeah, we got into a deep conversation about the latest and different oils and things, and testing on different MR machines, and what some of the results were. I'm not really sure.
Where's your other?
Mike's up, Tony.
We might need to mute our mics so we can hear Tony and those guys better is all. Yeah, exactly. Let's all mute.
All new small box for the trip.
All right, let's hear you guys. You're muted. Let me unmute you. Boom. There you guys go.
All right.
Hash Church. We were just saying our prayers. Our full melts who are in our stash boxes.
In the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, over the fence, home run. You know, am I the rabbi of Hash Church? Am I the rabbi?
You can be the rabbi. We've got all religion covered in here. I don't know why I really chose the name church, but well, it's educational.
I believe that some people in Jamaica thought it was blasphemy. Remember?
I know. I hate to say that because it's definitely not blasphemy. I respect all people's points of view. If you have a particular religion, I'm totally good with it, as long as it doesn't affect me in a negative way or other people. I'm happy with you, practicing your spirituality under a banner of religion, if that's how you so choose to do it. Most of us, we choose to, maybe potentially take a psychedelic and actually experience a religious moment rather than read about it. Then we meet and we greet and we puff resin. And this is how it goes for other people, so please respect our church. We'll respect yours.
Can I get a dab, Brad?
Yeah.
So, did you hear what we were talking about, why we were late?
No, you were talking about oils and something?
Yeah, we were talking about the HNMR machine and the results.
Proton, so we call that proton NMR. So proton and are the NMRs that we'll be talking about. Tony's referring to proton NMR. Go ahead.
Got mic problems here.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, it's real hard to hear you, Tony.
I think because other people aren't muting their mics. I'm going to try muting Brad for a second. Mute Cuban for a second. And myself. Now give it a shot.
It's really part of the chemistry division, which I'm sure is where you graduated from.
What's that?
You were in chemistry?
I have a PhD in chemistry, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you mean at CSU?
Yeah.
I was a postdoc with a famous professor there. I did a postdoc. I was a postdoc for research associate.
Okay.
National Science Foundation.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, I believe now that we're all muted, we should be able to hear you guys.
Okay. So we were a little late because we were talking about different things being tested in the proton NMR. So you saw some of the stuff online where Mark was sitting by the machine. You remember seeing that?
Jason's post.
Jason's post.
Oh, you're muted too now, Mark.
Yes, yes, I believe I did see that.
Okay, so there was already some results and readings and stuff. I don't know how far you want to talk about it, but maybe you could talk about.
Why don't we talk about NMR?
Conceptually what it does.
Yeah, sure. So the wonderful thing about NMR is that most analytical techniques like HPLC and GC that is used in cannabis today are destructive techniques in that you take the sample and you inject it into the instrument, and it destroys that sample by separating out the individual components. The wonderful thing about NMR is it's a non-destructive analytical method, so you can conserve the sample that you're analyzing. And to just not go too deep into the physics, what it is atoms have protons in the nucleus, and those protons have angular momentum that's associated with them, which creates a little micromagnetic field in the atoms themselves. And so different molecules have different signatures in the NMR based on how they interact with an externally applied magnetic field. So if you refer to Jason's video on Facebook, you'll see that there's this tube that gets dropped into this big steel, what looks like a big steel tank. It's actually just an insulated magnetic field. It's a really strong magnetic field. What did he say? Like
it was, I think, 3 times the. I think he said it was 3 times the pull of the Earth's gravity.
Right. So I think it's 3 times the magnetic field. I think it's approximately 9,600 Gauss, which I'm not sure what that converts to in Tesla. This is a type of magnetic field where if you had a stent or a pacemaker, it would fuck you up if you got next to it. So you can't work next to these things if you have a pacemaker for sure. And if you have your credit cards in your back pocket, you might find the next time you go to use an ATM, your shit don't work, or you get denied at a restaurant. So the highly polarized magnetic field, again, is a function of the frequency. And this one that was on the video that Jason posted was a 600 megahertz NMR. Typically, people use 300 megahertz NMR, but the higher the frequency, the more resolved you can see the sample is. And if you scroll down on the, again, Jason's post on Facebook, you'll see a nice wiki link that describes the basic physics and chemistry of NMR analysis. In fact, on that wiki link, they actually show
1200
the NMR spectrum of ethanol, right, a molecule that we all know, and the NMR spectrum of, I think, menthol. There's a terpene NMR spectrum down on that wiki link that would be useful to look at. And so if anyone on Church has any particular questions about the science of NMR, just hit me on Facebook on a PM, and we could take the discussion offline.
Well, something else that's interesting is they actually did test a variety of different types of products.
Yeah, so what we did was I brought in the football, as we like to call it, the briefcase with the cup samples and entries. And amongst them, we have a few different samples currently going for results, and we'll be getting those results back. But we were able to do 2 of them on site. The first one that we chose was the Cannabis Cup Hybrid Concentrate winner from Dabalicious, and that was actually what we refer to as the 22 because it was entry number 22. And some preliminary results came back. I mean, that's the really cool thing is it takes the analysis takes about 5 minutes. I mean, you could run multiple tests on it, but right. The magnet really is able to analyze the sample relatively quickly, and then it's just a matter of sitting down at the computer and then running a bunch of different analysis and looking at the spectra and seeing what the different compounds are. And a lot of that analysis really comes into play by the experience that Mark brings to the table with having,
being able to interpret
this data.
Because, like I said, with chromatography, like gas chromatography or high performance liquid chromatography, referred to as HPLC, you're separating out the individual components, and by spiking those samples with the, say, like if we were looking at limonene, for example, I see my friend Horatio, we would want to spike the sample with limonene and watch that peak grow so we could identify that under those particular conditions, that's where limonene occurs in the chromatogram. But the NMR, again, is a non-destructive technique where we're not separating out all the individual components of the extract. We have to analyze them as a gross mixture. And so one has to be highly trained. I've been looking at NMR spectrum for the last 30 years of my life, and I don't get spooked out when I see all these peaks and forests, the peaks and the trees and all that kind of crap. We have different NMR experiments that could sort of tease out what's coupling to what and what's connected to what, and it gives us a lot more descriptive information on the molecules in the extract, which is, I think, an extremely important thing to bring to the cannabis industry, not only for extracts, but for dry sift and any other product that's made from the plant.
Well, the other thing to keep in mind is that, you know, you can really not only see the compounds that come from the plant, but also, like, you know, we've been running tests on processed oil, and then you can use this also to see any residual solvents or any other compounds.
Yeah, if there's any heavies in your hydrocarbons that are staying behind after you pump off your butane. I mean, there's this mystery oil question that people have been wondering what this material is. NMR would be a wonderful method to basically tease that out.
Yeah, and the other thing that we plan on using this technology for is fingerprinting as well. So within the spectra, there's regions that, you know, really become unique to each different strain. So it's of particular interest to try to get, you know, like a library essentially built that we can really start to refer a lot of this data. Once we can build a database of relevant information as it pertains to particular strains, especially if we could really work with strains that we can identify not only the lineage of the genetics, but also you know, how that was grown, what ingredients were used to grow it,
and how the extract's processed.
And how the extract was processed.
So that's going to make a major impact on what the final product's going to look like.
So it just gives another avenue. You know, right now people think about fingerprinting. Yeah, all right, hang on, buddy. People think of fingerprinting as like a genetics. You know, right now the whole GMO thing is really about mapping. And before, you know, the next chapter of modification. From this perspective, it's we're not really using genetic mapping. We're fingerprinting, you know, what these different samples are. So it's pretty cool as far as you know, the next iteration. And you know, as far as these machines are concerned, you know, we're just really fortunate to have that access through Mark's relationships.
Yeah, different universities have them, and I think you'll see, like I was talking about, you'll see that'll be one of the ultimate machines to be able to do real data, especially on a clinical level, when you want to look at products or different things.
Yeah, I mean, it's the organic chemist's first choice to analyze mixtures of unknown compounds, and my own preference is I would run 10 to 20 NMRs before I ran one HPLC.
Yeah, I think a lot of this came into play really in June last year at Santa Rosa when I brought Mark to his first cannabis cup and introduced him to our friend Kay. And Kay had a big you know, vial of terpenes and brought it over to Mark, and you know, it was like, you know his process, right? He's extracting multiple slabs and cold trapping terps and collecting them, and because he's using multiple slabs, the terp profile that he's going to get in his container is going to be, you know, it's going to have multiple compounds, and most of the tests that are out there are testing for like the most popular terps, but not necessarily all of them. And it was interesting, you know, Mark's first reaction. You want to tell that?
Yeah, so, I was, first of all, very impressed with the panel discussion. I walked in during the middle of it, and what I noticed is that Jason already had a chair saved for me.
Of course.
And had the mothership out, and so there we are rigging my first cup. But the great thing about that was, the interaction with Kenny was wonderful to establish, and we've talked several times since. And the notion is that we could use NMR to basically analyze any mixture of these organic compounds and basically determine exactly what's in any vial of collected terpenes. There's no real magic to this. This is a standardized method that's been used to analyze essential oils and plant oils for the last 50 years. There's really, this is just a new thing to the cannabis industry, and maybe cost prohibitive from the point of view that the instrument itself costs in excess of, a good instrument costs in excess of $2 million, and it takes approximately about $100,000 a year to run. That doesn't even include the labor and the expertise and the other infrastructure that you need. You can't just put this in any room because of the strength of the magnet. So there's all kinds of reasons to think about using your local chemistry department at your local university to do this service for you. Cheers.
Hey, welcome, Mike. We were just talking about the HNMR with Mark and Jason and Tony. Mike's up in Washington, runs a CO2 extractor machine, maybe even a couple by now, I'm not sure.
Do you want to talk about what you found?
We haven't really, as far as results are concerned, we did run a couple of tests. We're waiting for results for some more. And some of the preliminary results we're showing some, for example, there are, without getting into any detail, there were some products that were supposed to have been fully decarboxylated, fully activated, which we were seeing spiked levels of acids in there. So that was something we weren't expecting, and something that is going to require further analysis. But it's just, it's no secret right now that the lab game, so to speak, is very inconsistent as it relates to the industry. And everyone on listening probably knows stories of taking samples to multiple places and getting multiple results. So it's just really nice to be able to have a new lens, so to speak, on being able to look at this. Now, keep in mind, this type of analysis in this industry is really brand new stuff. So it's going to take time to develop the process. It's going to take time to build the database to be able to have comparative reference. That's why I don't really want to go too deep into a lot of the results that we're getting right now, because these processes and methodologies need to be refined and developed so that we can ultimately get to the point where people can drop off samples and at a very low cost and in a reproducible, automated way be able to get some of this test data.
And also the fact that we're working with an academic group whose mission is to train students and publish research. I mean, there's certainly going to be a lot of public domain stuff that we're going to end up publishing here and share with the cannabis community and really the scientific community. I mean, I'm a member of the American Chemical Society. The American Chemical Society is having their national meeting here in Denver in just a month or two. We have petitioned the American Chemical Society to start a new division of cannabis chemistry. Myself and a few other leaders in the chemistry community are participating in this because let's face it, there's going to be a need for chemists in this industry in the future, and it's a wonderful thing to begin to embrace the mainstream of chemistry to show that there's a lot of science that can be done here.
More science.
More science. Less bro?
More science.
We're talking to the bros. We can't say less bro.
I didn't. I just said more science.
More science for the bros.
Right. More science for the bros.
There you go. I like it. It's awesome. Right on, guys. Thanks for coming in and laying down the knowledge.
That's why we were late, so hopefully that was a good catch-up.
Right on.
Is Brad on the line?
Brad is on the line. Yeah, Brad's there. Let me unmute Brad.
Brad may not have the scientific pedigree that I do, but certainly brings a lot of science to this discussion.
For some reason he's on.
I'm on.
Like, get sound out of them.
I had to unblock my sound. It should be working.
It is now.
How's it going, guys?
Dr. Higgins, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Great to see you the other day, buddy.
It was great to come by. Thanks.
This kind of relates to the discussion that I missed with you, Brad.
That was a great one.
Yeah, you guys went pretty deep. I had to watch it later. But like when we're talking about cultivating resin, leaf ratio versus resin heads. I
can hear
this type of machine is getting a lot of really cool data to fine tune, production.
Yeah, no, that's actually a really good point. That's a really good point, Tony. You know, when you look at a genetic map, a genetic marker, right? That is independent of how the plant is grown. As far as what the strain is, right?
Yeah.
What this does is this takes into effect the variables from the from the growth perspective. So it definitely it's a dual-sided coin, right? Because on one side those variables are going to give you different inconsistencies, but there are going to be certain things that always do stay consistent. So, but from a improving production standpoint, I mean, your point about producing more, if we're growing cannabis, right, for oil production, right, you want to be producing more resin. So this actually could be a really good way to look at different ways to change your process in order to get better output.
Well, not only that, can I add? So due to both chemical and environmental insults, the plant will respond in different ways, and certain genes will be upregulated, certain genes will be downregulated based on the environmental or chemical stress that the plant might be undergoing. And again, so just as you can follow that in induced gene response, you can also look at how that changes the chemical makeup of what's going on in the trichomes. And again, if you can look at this over a time course of during your flowering cycle, you can get a lot of very, very useful information about the optimization of a particular cannabinoid or terpene profile.
It's almost like a scientific way to do trichome whisper. People do dog whisper, do telepathy. It's like trichome whisper, like, what are you feeling at week 4? I'm gonna put you in.
Identify, being able to send leaf samples or trichromic samples anywhere from week 4 through week 6 or 8, being able to identify the phenol and the chemical constituent of the trichromic heads, you can actually use a HNR and be able to say, okay, if we're looking for a slightly higher ratio of CBG, or we can actually use the HNR to identify, okay, if we harvested at week 6, day 7, that on week 7 is when the THC synthase enzymes start converting CBG into THCA, so we can actually selectively harvest plants with HNR depending on the profiles.
Right. The connection that I was trying to make along those lines is that what you will see is an upregulation in that synthase at that point in time during the plant's history. So that correlation there basically is correlating genomics to chemical production in the trichome. Exactly. Spot on. Who was that?
That was Mike West.
Mike West, Mark Scialdone. Nice point, my friend.
Nice to meet you guys. Yeah, I may or may not have done a little bit with some HMRs at Colorado, but it's.
Let's call this proton NMR, because if you say HNMR to a scientist, they're going to look at you with their eyes crossed. Proton NMR.
Proton NMR.
Got it. Remember that the hydrogen atom is the smallest atom on the periodic table. It has a proton and electron, and basically it does not have a neutron. When it loses that electron, it becomes proton. That's why we call it proton NMR. The proton itself, hydrogen atoms are what's called NMR active, so they basically have a spin 1/2 nucleus, so they do show up. Carbon also, as you know, there's a lot of carbon framework, and all of these molecules also has a very small amount of the C13 isotope. Carbon-12 itself is invisible in the NMR, but the C13 isotope is. And so you'll be seeing more data as we begin this work on the use of not only proton NMR, but what we will call carbon NMR, what's referred to as C13 NMR.
With that, correct me, that you'll be able to describe this better. You'll be able to identify within the chemical carbon rings where the double bonds are, correct?
Absolutely, to a very high degree of precision, and we'll be able to determine whether or not the live resin is being changed during the extraction or processing process by looking to see if those double bonds rearrange. Now, I've had this discussion with Horatio a few times. Most of the most volatile terpenes that are in the plant undergo thermal rearrangement, and so when you put them into a GC, you might be seeing limonene, but limonene could be the thermal rearrangement product of 5 other different terpenes. So you have to remember, when you shoot something into a gas chromatograph, the injection port temperature is 200 degrees, and that's pretty damn hot. And you think of it like this way: you're pushing all these molecules up at the top of the hill of a roller coaster. That's heating it up in energy, and when they come down, they may not land in the same place they started. Does that analogy make sense?
Also, it makes sense to me perfectly.
Yes.
I mean, that's what the super terps are all about.
And I think when you start to look at that, it will be very interesting when you're talking about lighting. Now you'll be able to compare the different indoor environments, spectrums, intensities, types of lighting that you can try to do versus, say, an outdoor situation or a greenhouse situation in different territories. And I think from just the basics that we've found, I always looked at things having a 6 to 10% less overall THC when it's grown under a sun, but 10% more increase on all the other cannabinoids. And that's just from like looking through a clouded lens, if you will. Just seeing like little glimpses of things through HPLCs and saying, okay, well, we're seeing different spikes, so patterns in first cycles of Colorado versus the winter cycles, and what light depth does and what supplemental does. So,
well, that's really at the core of this NMR data, is being able to database it and database it so that you can actually start to find those.
We'll be able to explain that exact phenomenon, because again, I don't think any chemist will tell you that there's any one single analytical method. We would use HPLC, NMR, GC, and use all of the information from all these analyses to try to figure out the jigsaw puzzle. The beautiful thing about NMR, again, is that it doesn't destroy the sample, where the other methods destroy the sample. So think of it like, if you could preserve that sample and we see something in there that we don't like, maybe we could do something to that sample now and then drop it right back in the magnet and see if it neutralized that material.
Well, I've got a question for you. Would it damage seeds? Because if we could read seeds, like I heard that when you're trying to breed for CBD and then you seed it out, you get a 50% success ratio. Is the actual scanning of seeds, would that actually be destructive to read their genetics to see if they are true to mother, pre-actually breeding them out?
He's asking if you can do a seed analysis.
So what would you do? You'd have to dissolve the seed. You have to smash the seed and then dissolve the components. So I'm not exactly sure. There's a lot of protein in
They
seed.
use different machines to do that.
Yeah, so they're
probe seeds and like that.
Yes, there are our friends at Monsanto and DuPont and all those other big
Not our
companies.
friends. Whoa.
Yes.
No one here is friends.
Okay, yeah, well, I'm using that
Sarcastically?
facetiously, yes. They have all kinds of different ways of probing the different content in terms of oil, wax, protein that are in various seeds. Very sophisticated equipment, not necessarily chemistry equipment, but this is the kind of thing that, again, most plant biologists and professional, non-cannabis agriculture would probably speak better to.
Okay,
Hey,
so
welcome,
it's
Fletcher.
not friendly to a drop of seed. It would get smashed.
You would have to do it off of a tissue culture ratio. And now if you had took a tissue sample from a germinated seed, you could send that through the NMR and identify different either different enzymes that would be precursors to it, or I think you would probably do it kind of a multiple test approach. You do a DNA sequencing to identify, okay, these specific seedlings have the genetic potential to produce A enzymes and therefore phytocannabinoids. And then you'd follow that up by actually doing the NMR during the life cycle to be able to identify, okay, at each of these stages, the plant is either producing these enzymes or actually metabolizing specific components.
Yes.
Well, that's kind of what I figured. I figured it was either going to be a sprout culturing, and just what way could you preserve the main without having to grow out a large setup. So I looked at, okay, how could we actually go through 1,000 seeds, possibly with sprouts, but not with actually like veg plants.
With the tissue culture off of one leaf, so there's different types of that. You can do a root throw. So that's where some people are some people get a little confused. You get somebody coughing that's not even smoking.
Okay. No, that I have a cough.
There's like so much smoke in the room that somebody in the room is actually coughing.
Sorry.
So the
you give me shit for coughing.
It's so funny. So with the tissue culture, there's like a root or there's like off of a leaf, and the whole point of why you do that is if you get it off of a leaf and you have a certified clean lab and room with that, you'll have that genetic forever, in the sense that you can start making 10,000 sequences of that at a time in large batches. So that's how you would be able to use the NMR efficiently, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, there's a few different things I could add to that. So this is routinely done in a lot of, I know it particularly for mint growing, and what they do is they'll just use a little hole punch, and they'll just take some samples from leaf during various stages of maturity, even take little pieces of shoot and stalk too. And often what they'll do is they'll just first just take that small sample. They usually freeze dry it, because when you freeze dry a sample like that, what you're doing, this is interesting because it relates to the fresh frozen process. You know, if you put a sealed bottle of water in your freezer and you freeze it, what happens? It breaks, right? Because water expands. So when water freezes, it crystallizes, and because of the interesting way that water crystallizes when it freezes, it's one of those solids that actually expand as opposed to shrinks. And that has to do with the phenomena called hydrogen bonding. And so what happens inside the plant tissue when that water freezes is all the cells burst open. I mean, you basically rupture. I mean, this is why if you've ever frozen fish and then you have fresh fish versus frozen fish, the frozen fish always tastes very rubbery, because when you freeze the fish, the moisture that's in the fish meat expands, which basically starts rupturing some of the cell walls, and that's why it tastes and the texture of frozen fish versus fresh fish is very different. But the same thing happens in the plant, and so you can imagine, again, with the fresh frozen process, that actually freezing it now is going to rupture a bunch of shit and make maybe the cannabinoids more accessible, because you've completely destroyed what I call the yin and yang of hydrophobic, hydrophilic forces that hold the trichomes together.
Interesting. So many different ways to do it. So many different ways to check it out and do these experiments. And fresh frozen as opposed to, properly dried and cured herb. We've seen people come out with spectacular hash on that level. However, back in the day when I was using really dry material and making full melt, 95% of the people I was selling bags to weren't. And it wasn't until some years later that fresh frozen even became a phenomenon, which was potentially saving enough terpenes that you could produce a somewhat melty product out of a still, what I would say, if you dried that herb, it would not produce that same quality of melt. Just my 2 cents.
So let's get a random question from all the people on the video here. Who here has put dry ice in their water hash making bags when they're making bags? Because that is a way. Yep. Because obviously, when you make bubble hash with ice, that's going to be chilling the water down to say 35, 40 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
But putting small chunks of dry ice can actually into your bags could potentially change the chemical structure and the hydrogen bonding within the water.
I used it years ago in my bags just to check out a batch, and back then I was really lucky because I had run so many batches of this one strain called Rene that I knew it like the back of my hand. I really knew when it was a 10, when it was a 9, when it was a 6. For the most part, it was often a 9, And when I tried it with the dry ice, what I found was that the dry ice wasn't as accessible. Enough better. I didn't get a higher yield, better quality. It just looked cooler because the dry ice was bubbling out of the water. It looked cool. It's just not as accessible. But yeah, I mean, it probably has its place in some experimenting in a lab, in a proper setting where you could always have it accessible rather than be like out on the side of a mountain somewhere trying to get your dry ice there with you.
Okay, so a little bit of chemistry for a second, if I could.
Please, that's what you're here for.
I unmuted. Let's see. I'm going to speak an analogy here. So we know that carbon dioxide, which is starting to increase its level in the atmosphere, is leading to global warming. I mean, this is an absolute fact. I mean, we've wholesaled a lot of hydrocarbon out of the ground since the Industrial Revolution, and we've pushed that carbon now from the ground, which was hydrocarbon, now into the air, CO2. The reason why I'm bringing up CO2 is what happens with CO2 and water is, and this is what's happening in the oceans right now, is that CO2 makes water more acidic by making a small amount of something called carbonic acid. And this is a real problem in the oceans right now, that they're observing a drop in pH of the ocean, which is starting to dissolve coral reefs. And so I wanted to speak in that analogy first so everyone understands that when they hear about that in the news, that it's a real phenomenon that's really happening, and the planet will be just fine. The Earth will adjust. But the point is that when you put CO2 into water, you make that water more acidic. And so I don't exactly know. Jim Frere and I had a discussion about acidity in water hash making, and we thought that there was maybe some experiments that can be run under a systematic way, a scientific way. But maybe some of the people here in church understand maybe the impact of pH and what that has on hash making. Certainly you have to assume that, again, if you're putting CO2 into your water phase, changing that pH, well, I used to have an analytical chemistry professor. The guy was funny as shit. He used to smoke weed too, and he used to say any chemistry question could be answered with one of 3 answers: yes, no, and it depends on the pH.
Nice. Yeah, pH is a game changer. There's no doubt. It was last year, I believe. We were on our way to Spanibus, and a gentleman contacted me through Facebook, said he had figured out this little pH trick with the water, and he sent me a picture of his bubble hash, and it looked like a weird crystal. I was just like, what do you mean you figured out a weird pH trick? So we were supposed to go film with him, Tony and I, And we, of course, did not go film with him, so we never found out more about that. But yeah, I'm sure there's all sorts of things to be done with playing around with the pH and still moving things. You know, for me, I never had real luck with the dry ice, but that's not to say someone else. I think the problem with dry ice is that it got moved into without water, and then people didn't understand the importance of the water in the water extraction process. I mean, cold is important, but wow, not as important as water. The transfer chamber that separates all contaminant from the glandular heads. It's pretty important.
You need water for water hash? Really?
Yeah, well, when people started using dry ice, right, that's when they were like, oh, you can use these bags with just dry ice. You can just shake them over the table, and, of course, it was raining, 90% contaminant, but people are just so, like, sheeped out. They're like, oh, my God, that's awesome. I need to get some of that.
I had somebody tell me to try that, and I did, and, yeah, it was, like, 95% contaminant.
It really is. Like, I'm not even making that as a joke. It really is like 90+% contaminant. I've looked at it quite a few times under a microscope. I think it's why people love it so much. I mean, wow.
Coconut oil.
Nice. There's the medicine right there.
Nice.
Did you make enough? What is that, like 12 kilos?
It's,
No, Fletcher, I can't hear you. Let me see what I can do for you.
It is 7 pounds, so it's 14 pounds worth of coconut butter.
Yeah, that's a lot of coconut oil.
Whoa. Yeah, that sounds.
Beauty.
I eat a lot of it every day.
Oh, yeah?
I was looking at your pictures of it and was like, damn.
That was the last batch there I made for my auntie.
Nice.
She's sick right now, so.
Dude, who would have thought you'd become such a coconut oil maniac the day that I was just like, hey, check this recipe out?
Yeah. It tastes so good.
I've always loved coconut oil. It's good for everything. I used to run around and preach about it. Use it on your hair.
D420K runs with the ball. When you pass him the ball, he fucking runs with it.
With an arm up. Just to fucking.
Yeah, with an arm.
That's good. That's good. It's better than sitting on your ass, not doing anything with it.
Yeah.
Good.
Well,
Very good.
You know what, guys? I've got to sign off. I've got to go. And Church has been excellent.
Well, thanks for coming on, buddy. Thanks for sharing your information. We'll talk soon.
I've been watching your dry sifting videos, you guys. I've been giving it a shot. So thank you for your videos. They're rad.
Are you using the parchment paper?
I haven't yet. I've literally just been like watching. I just barely picked up screens right before I left for California. So now I have to come home and try it a little more. So I fucked with it a little bit, but not with enough material to pull out the parchment and the DVD.
Oh yeah.
So
you'll get on it. People send me funny pictures all the time of different things they're wrapping in parchment paper instead of like cards or DVD cases, and it's I should make a little compilation because they're pretty funny.
Actually, I'm going to show you something that I got. Yeah, I wrapped it around.
Did you see the paint one, Darrin? The paint roller? Because some guy wrapped the whole paint roller in parchment paper, and he said it was working great.
Well, I need to get this out because this is what I've been trying to do for a few weeks, but I haven't been able to. And this is what I did: is we've got on the most positive scale and the most negative scale charges on what attracts your resin heads and that sort of stuff, or what materials causes more attractants and what.
Hey, what's up, dude?
And what I've got is I've got glass, I've got plexiglass, I've got shit you can't pronounce. I've got all types of plastics and pieces of things that do negative and positive charges, and I tested everything. And I wrapped everything in parchment paper, and I tried it all. And you know what? Nothing works better than a DVD case or a book and parchment paper. Trust me, I fucking tried it, man. I did everything.
It's like Christmas. You're wrapping everything.
But you know what? Mark's got away. That's better than mine.
They've been interpreters.
No, it's not my way. It's just the way I do it because I got it off Mark McCollman, but Mark's got a way of doing it. It got him for Skunkman sound that makes it better, can separate those heads a little more, and I don't even know how. I can't see how it's possible, but he does it.
So can you explain that to me? Like, so when you're using the DVD and you're doing it, one side you get the resin, one side you get the contaminants. Like, what is? I'm not 100% wrapped my mind around like how those separate. You know, like why is one on this side and one on that side? What's the positive? What's the negative? Like, what's picking up the resin actually, and what's picking up the contaminant?
Okay, you know, when I'm doing it, I'll keep it either. You got the edge. This edge here on this towards you is the part you don't want, and it'll give, if you're pulling this way.
Taco and the Tony Cannoli.
The contaminants on the one side is the one you want. If you're pushing it away from you, it's the contaminants on the other side.
So it's on the bottom.
On the opposite side of you pulling.
Whatever you're actually working that resin with, right? That side, is that the side that holds the contaminant or the resin?
Depends what side you push or pull.
Yeah. If you're you always do it. Never go like this, ever with it, because it'll mix both sides.
Yeah.
You gotta go up.
Do it one way.
Now, if you do it this way, right, like this. So is it this side right here that has the resin, or this side? So it's the other side that catches it up on the upflip with the static electricity.
Yes.
All right.
You know what? I'll do a video. I'll do another video and do it really in like I'll do it on there to show you the edges of it, and I'll do that the next day or so here. So
that's the side that you're not touching the resin with, is what you're saying, right?
That's right.
Yeah, blowfish is one of my favorites.
But
ever thought of wrapping a light bulb and trying to like use a light bulb? Because I was trying to think of different things that like create that static electricity to get that little more of a pull. But what if you like wrapped a nylon around a light bulb and then wrapped all of that in parchment?
I don't know. Who knows?
That's a lot of charge there.
Sure. What about using a little mini Tesla and wrapping it in parchment paper?
There you go.
All right. I don't know. Have you seen the video? Look at YouTube on sound waves and sand, and the way they put sand on a metal platform. They do sound waves, different tones, and it forms different shapes on the plate. Each level of each tone and everything like that, each vibration has a different pattern, like a snowflake. Each distinctive pattern, like an alien footprint, a message in the crop fields or whatever. It does all kinds of little patterns like that. It's impressive. So I'm looking at maybe trying some types of different vibrations. But you see, the one method that I want to know the most is Mark and Skunkman Sam's method, because it doesn't take them a huge setup. It's not a great big contraption that you got to do and everything. Basically, you got to take everything that you know to do with dry stuff now today and throw it out the window and start fresh and say, okay, and not use any of that method. Now that's where I'm at with trying to think about it, because that's the only bone that I've been given on the whole method.
So I actually watched your video where at the end he was like, I use this special method that I can't tell anybody about. And I actually messaged him and I was like, hey bro, tell me, I won't tell anybody.
Oh yeah, trust me, when he first told me I thought he was joking, but he wasn't. And I was, oh no. So whatever. It's the way it is, man. It's respect. It's all about respect. And
joking about what?
I have nothing but time to figure it out.
What's up, Mark?
Oh, I just missed the conversation. I was having a heart attack when my friend's friend came up to the Fab Egg and did the ring tap on the top globe part.
Oh my God.
Didn't you see my reaction? If you go back in this video and watch, you'll see how I'm like this.
Oh my God, bro.
It's totally good. Everything's fine.
Okay.
We were
So we were talking about me asking you about Skunkman Sam's method for dry sift after I watched your guys' video, because I really wanted to know.
That's like his PIN
what-
card to his bank card. Same thing. It's his information to share, not mine.
Yeah.
Yep. So can you get him on here so we can ask him?
Oh yeah, you'll love to ask him. That's right up there with asking him if you can take a picture with him. That's like super no bedodo.
No.
All right, I'll never ask. I'll just figure it out.
Don't ask to take his picture, and don't ask him for that. Those are
Those are
definitely.
both very valuable information for me. Because the first thing I would do is take his picture, and then I would ask for his information.
But if you value to have him in your life, you'll do neither.
I will do neither. Now I know.
Respect.
I will bring him dry sift and offer him the gold.
Hey, we're so in depth to him. It's not even funny. For us to ask for more, for how much in depth we are to him, for all the work that he's done, is like really. One day there'll be a machine that shows how much of his work got into everyone else's work.
Nice.
Perfect traction.
I look
telling you.
The man.
The man.
And I'm going to do a bong rip to him.
Yes,
Everybody, let's
let
do a
us
bong
now
rip
do
and
the bong rip in the honor of the skunketh man.
Bong rip to Skunkman Sam.
Skunkity skunk. Thank you for the skunk. Thank you for the Durban poison. Thank you for water hash. Thank you for the dry sift. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ooh,
Wait, I owe him the Durban poison? Oh, shit.
So I kind of wanted to get back to that topic about that NMR machine that you're talking about.
Peace, everybody.
Goodbye.
Darrin.
Hey, Jen.
Thank you for all your
Jen.
Yeah. Hi.
Proton 8 NMR.
Okay, so my question is as I'm listening to you guys talk about this, basically what you're telling me is that the debate that has been going on since early July, like this is the machine that's going to answer it, so we don't have to argue about it anymore, right?
Steak bones. Next to my wife goes, well, get some steak bones. Get them all.
What for what?
So question for the audience: where the trichromic head attaches to the stock, there has presumably there's going to be some form of a positive ionic charge and a negative ionic charge. That positive and negative ionic charge break off when the trichromic head falls off of the trichrome. So when we do our raw keef extract, we get both the trichromic stock, which has one of the charges, as well as the keef, which has another charge. Now, in our post-processing, through the various screens and methods, when we're separating out the contaminants, especially with electrostatic means, you're essentially using the electrostatic to separate ions at different charges. So, does the trichromic head have a positive or negative electron?
Can you guys hear me?
Why don't you come up here?
Yes. I'm not sure, to be honest. I just said, someone said, can I hear them? And I said yes.
So I got something I can show you guys about the static and transferring electrons. It's really simple. I can show you just a second. So if you take a piece of parchment paper, right, and put some full melt in it, just give me a second here.
Yeah, it's tasty, right?
Bless you, Tony.
So if I apply heat, right, and like any static, you can transfer electrons with heat, pressure, and or friction, right? So let me just press this out real good so that action that I can show is more evident, right? Put some full melt in it. Yeah, just give me just a sec to get this pressed out.
Johnny B.
I think it's a
So,
We're going to talk about the glandular.
So there's a patty, right? I'm going to put it on dabber, right? And
I'm with you so far.
This shit's really hot. But basically what happens is that the resin will move towards my finger or any positively charged object that I put near it. It's kind of hard to show. It's easier to show in real life because, you know, I'm trying to show this on video, so it's going to take me a second to let me grab something to press it with real quick.
Yeah. So do you guys remember when you used to have turntables and you had that little static gun?
Exactly.
Like a little gun that shoots a little spark out of it.
Exactly.
As the turntable's turning, you would do that so you wouldn't have that static charge over
So
the
it
top.
discharge it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So try that with one of those guns before you open it up and see if you see the same result.
Well, here, I'll show you guys. So, God, this stuff is just greasy. But, okay, so can you guys see that?
Yep.
Now watch it move towards my finger.
Word up.
You guys see all that moving towards my finger?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not touching it. It's just moving.
It's magic, man.
Right. So, you know, I spent a whole night racking my brain about this shit. And basically what I've come up with is essentially parchment paper has silicone coating on it, right? Silicone typically has a very high negative charge, right? Or when coming in contact with other things, it typically pulls electrons from the other surface. Well, when you put the resin in between the parchment, the resin actually is the thing that picks up the electrons, meaning that, and this is true with shatter as well as dry sift as well as bubble hash. So it's my guess that probably cannabinoids in general are able to pull electrons from other, you know, the atoms essentially are pulling electrons.
Yeah, no. Okay, no, this isn't happening at the molecular level. This is just particles in a static electric field, just like rubbing the balloon against your head.
Right.
There's nothing to do with the susceptibility of these molecules to take on electrons. No, that's not
So
correct.
how am I creating the static charge then?
Yeah, I could create static charge by walking across Tony's carpet here, and when I touch the metal object.
Isn't static electricity the transfer of electrons? No?
Yeah, absolute. It's all it is. Yep.
Right. So the way I was looking at it with this is I'm just transferring electrons from parchment paper to the hash, correct? And then it's that becomes negatively charged, and then it's attracted to any positively charged.
Right. So, but distinguish transferring negative charge to the molecules themselves, which are these really, really small
not the actual molecules.
as opposed to the larger bulk particles or continuous amorphous phase of your hash.
Just the mass, right.
Right, which is just a large mass of crap. And you're right. I don't mean crap. I'm sorry. I should have said that.
Well, it's cannabinoids, whatever it is. It doesn't matter.
Mixtures of molecules. And again, anything is capable of picking up static electricity. And again, an easy way to test, again, is what we used to do. We used to see this all the time. If you're measuring out minute quantities of a very fine powder that's susceptible to static electricity, especially if you're working in one of those things called the glove box, you know, like you've probably seen them maybe at nuclear plants where they're handling rods of plutonium, which obviously they can't come in contact with, so they have to use these big, long neoprene gloves, and they're working in what's called a glove box in a completely inerted environment.
Right.
That inert environment is extremely prone to picking up static charge, and so we would have those record player static guns all around the lab, and before we weigh out like 50 milligrams of a very fine powder, we would basically de-static the electronic balance to make sure that when we did weigh that out, the powder just didn't fly everywhere based on just, static charge.
But the hash beforehand it doesn't have no charge, but it's essentially neutral until you put it in the parchment and press it. You know, is essentially what I'm seeing, right?
Yeah, I mean that's a really interesting phenomenon. I'd never heard of that before.
Right, because if I
something that again, if you have one of those static guns, try the same thing. Just take a static gun and like hit your finger and see if you still see that same pulling up of the parchment paper.
I will throw one comment into this that will get your mind going though. In that same exact condition where he's talking about a glove box in a vac situation, there was once upon a time where we were taking things down to a powder form, and I still have the test result to this day. But there was something that happened with static, and something happened in the process to where we had an all THC powder test 50-50 CBD and THC.
Wow.
It was a strange freak accident.
It just happened to separate out that way.
Many years ago.
Wow.
So he might be not too far.
Well,
off the beaten
I can
path.
tell you that there's certain processes that are used in industrial manufacturing where they take advantage of this to remove small particulates, say from baked goods, like at the Nabisco factory. I mean, when you don't want crumbs in your
factories,
cookie, you just want the cookies themselves. What they'll do is they'll do exactly what you were saying. Figure out a way to basically sweep all the particles away, and static electricity is a lot cheaper than regular electricity.
Yeah, I grew up near a paper mill, and they use electrostatic separation in the cleaning towers, right? And we actually, sorry, my dog. We actually built a little tiny electrostatic generator, right, out of a battery. They have little plans on the internet for it, and when you run your hand over top of the resin, the resin will move, right? We had varying successes because it would continually discharge if you touch anything or get too close to something else, right? But there is a raw charge on a polyester screen. And the thing is also is, when you rub polyester against a silicone coating, you're also creating a charge as well, just like the rubbing with the friction, which is part of probably why the parchment paper tech works and all that.
Exactly.
And so I just press that hash out with my fingers right there, and if I put my hand near it, it will not move, right? It's only after the application to the silicone or silicone on the parchment paper that it actually reacts. It won't do anything right now. As soon as I put that back in parchment paper, it'll start moving.
So, did you just prove that you're smoking silicone then, or electromagnetic energy?
I'm proving that there's silicone on all parchment paper, right? And that we're all smoking it.
Well, right on, Fletch. I appreciate the drop. It's cool to see the hash move up against your finger. That was really neat.
Yeah, I mean, it'll continue to do it as many times as you like,
Very cool, very cool. Nice to see everyone dropping knowledge in Hash Church today. I mean, geez, we've been at it almost 3 hours here. And we had a bit of a slow start, just telling some stories and having some fun, but it seems like we've got some good knowledge drops, and I thank all of you for that. That's great. 450 people watching.
450 people?
Yeah, watching.
Wow.
Hey, Mark, what happened last week? There's only 17 minutes of last week.
Last week I left Kingston, Jamaica, very early in the morning, pretty much about an hour earlier than Tony. I think I was out at about 8 or 8:30 in the morning, which is West Coast time, so that's like 5 in the morning my time in Vancouver. And then I flew to Toronto. It took me 4 hours, and then it was quite slow to get my bags and get my friend to pick me up because it was a snowstorm. And then we drove for about 40 minutes, which should have been a 10-minute ride to Brampton down a crazy blizzardy road to a random house in Brampton that my friend is renting, and that's where I started Hash Church. And I was so excited that I did that much work to make it happen. And then when I got to his house and I set it all up, 17 minutes in, my computer froze up. And so I started it over thinking it would be fine like it had been in the past when I got bumped out. As long as people are in the room, it would stay online. But it just bumped everyone off, and there was no more link. There was no more Hash Church. And then all of a sudden it was kind of like almost time for me to go, to get back to the airport to fly to Vancouver. So that's what happened.
How could you let us all down like that, Bubbleman?
I don't know, man. It's like sometimes I'm just so inconsiderate.
In Southern California to be on Hash Church, and
Right.
I was terribly disappointed.
Trust me, I was feeling it.
I'm just kidding. I actually slept through it.
My friend Claude was like, "No, man, it was Jazz Will. You know, your wife didn't want you to miss the plane," or he was kind of giving me the positive, like, you know, come on, it's like you didn't fail anyone. It's just this is what's supposed to happen, so you can go catch your flight.
Bro, we're all thankful you made
nowadays.
Look at the anticipation, though. There's 450 people watching, and I guarantee at least 3/4 of them are watching last week going, no, I need my Hash Church.
I know. Well,
I heard about it. I got messages. They were like, what happened? I needed that. Like, I need my rejuvenation of Hash Church. And, sorry, guys.
Well, let's move out of static and right into freeze dryers.
Yeah.
Pink lemonade. Can't see it.
No, you're muted, Fletch.
Yeah.
We just purchased that Harvest Right freeze dryer, ran it. It works. I mean, here's some bubble.
What do you do?
Yeah, it looks nice and light. Freeze dried the bubble.
The patty goes straight in. I mean, this is 5-star, and it's just powder, you know, like your dry sift, Bubbleman.
Beautiful.
I mean, it doesn't, it won't really.
Turf's like in that.
What's that?
What's the turf's like that in that?
Oh, it's fine. It didn't change it at all. It didn't cook it off or anything like that.
It has still full flavor?
Yeah, full flavor, presses out fine. I think if you run it too hot or don't shield the resin from the heater apparatus, that during the process, it'll actually like maybe cause some stuff to butter and stuff like that. But if you protect it with like tinfoil and stuff like that, it works pretty good.
What did you do with that? I don't understand.
You just take the patty straight out of the bubble bag, right? Don't wick any water from it, right? Stick it straight in the freeze dryer, run the freeze dryer process, and it comes out powder, right? Like all dry. You just push it right through a sieve, or you could crush it in a piece of parchment paper. You could basically do whatever you want with it. You know?
That's Hash Church. What?
So I mean, it's worked well for us so far. We've only had it for a couple weeks, and we've only done dry trim in it so far. So that, you know, it still needs plenty more experimentation, but it works. And it sure as hell saves a lot of space and time, and I'm not sitting there microplaning or pushing some frozen hash through a strainer. So it's convenient because you can probably dry maybe, I don't know, 2 pounds of bubble all at once.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So $3,800. They work pretty good.
It's not too bad. $3,800.
I mean, as much as people are spending on drying racks, you know, all your consumables like parchment paper and everything you go through making, you know, commercial grade and volume hash, it's a space saver. I mean, that alone.
It'd be nice to get it tested through that NMR.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, Bubbleman, that's what I always told you when we were always trying to get things down to powder, you know?
Yep.
Because then you know the water's out, and then, but I never knew how to like get it down to the 99%. The little magic trick that you're always talking about. Same thing that Jen was talking about. So, you know, there's only so far you could take it, and then you got to go. You know, then when you get it to 99%, then it would be interesting to test 99, 85, 38, the different percentages of heads per se, and what that result would look like in NMR.
Right. Not to mention the different size heads, because with sifting as well, we can separate those heads down into micron diameters. And you know from Bubble that many of the profiles seem to be split, as I've seen over the years, that, you know, different things accord to different micron diameters, even within the same strain.
So did you guys find something like anything weird?
So I got a question for everybody too. What does everybody think about the star rating system?
You know what? It was really Horatio who brought it to my attention, and it's funny because I was just talking to Josh and Space a couple of days ago. I did a Google chat with those guys, and I was laughing because it was, I guess, Cannabis Reverend, who I didn't even realize was an old friend of mine that I've known for years, that I used to sell bags to back in the day. And so he posted the extent of the star systems. Horatio just showed up at my house with this resin, and it looked like what we were calling live sift. It was what Tony and I had done in Amsterdam earlier in the year, which I had called terp sift, as Tony was calling his bubble hash terpene mixture terp melt. He showed up with this his 7-star, and I was like, 7-star? That's random. I had no idea about the star system. I think it's kind of cool, talking to them in person. The reason they started it was for their own little scene, and they wanted people to know the differences between the levels. I mean, it's great.
But the star rating system only goes to 6, so is it that good? I'm gonna need some of that, Horatio. If you got some 7-star,
It's that illegal. It can only be made. It can't be grown.
Well, I got a new interesting way to measure how melty a hash is, right, using a milligram scale, which is pretty fun. It's my buddy who works in a lab, he told me that it's gravimetric analysis. I don't know what the fuck it is really.
Yeah,
but,
that's exactly what it is.
Okay, and you basically just weigh the resin beforehand. I use an e-nail for 1 minute and 20 seconds to melt the hash, essentially, and I make sure that the hash does not actually touch the metal so that it doesn't char, or I try to create char at a minimum in terms of just radiant heat as much as possible.
Radiant heat would be the best, yes.
Right, and then wait for all that to melt off, and then put it back on a milligram scale again and see what kind of residue is left.
How sensitive does your balance go to?
It's thousandths of a gram, so it's 0.000.
Okay, so you could read 0.1 milligrams on that?
I can read 1 milligram on it.
1 milligram, okay.
I believe.
So how big is your sample that you're doing this to?
0.1.
That's not big enough sample.
Yeah, you probably want to use a larger sample.
Oh, I know, but it's hard to smoke more than a 0.1 on an e-nail with a screen on top. I know a larger sample would be much better. I mean, like a gram would be great, but just in general, it's actually pretty just fun because, you're smoking, you can weigh it before, take your toke, weigh it afterwards, and we found it's pretty damn accurate. I mean, it's not, it's probably not within 5% or something, but it's probably not past 10% either in terms of accuracy. So, I mean, stuff that's really, really melty and leaves no residue almost always tests above 90%. Stuff that leaves a small residue is usually between 80 and 90 and so on. It seems pretty accurate from, just...
What's your standard deviation there? Like, what do you see, like plus or minus 2%, 10%?
I'd see plus or minus 2% per toke, right? So I'd get anywhere between like 93 and 88% on the same sample done multiple times.
Without doing the statistics, I would think you'd have to have a sample size of at least 25 or 30 samples to make a statistically relevant measurement.
Yeah, no, I've probably only done 6 or 7 on a single hash consecutively on the same unit, consecutively. I haven't done 25 or 30, all together. But for me, it's just something that I've been doing as something fun to just analyze. So, help me analyze the purity or the cleanliness or just the meltiness of the hash.
You're totally right on there. But in order to make pairwise comparisons between like different materials.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
You have to understand whether or not they're statistically significant.
Oh, I know.
Right.
Yeah, no, the sample size would need to be much larger to have any kind of valuable information here.
But what you're observing now are the initial trends. I mean, like it or not, you're doing some experimentation here to basically fill in the data.
Right.
And again, making comparisons between two things, you got to make sure that those error bars are within the same thing, or you can't really make statistically valid comparisons.
Right. No, I mean, even testing stuff that's like 50% melt it acts like a 50% when I smoke it, and it puts out about 50% char in weight. So I mean, it's it seems accurate throughout the range, generally speaking. Like I said, I haven't done nearly enough, nor are the sample sizes nearly large enough to be accurate. But I think the principle there is applicable.
Yeah, I think what would be really interesting from that same strain would be to compare a butane extract to see the difference. And again, you have to do
the waxes.
or the wax. I mean, any preparation of the plant.
Right.
To really understand not only the impact of the process on what you may be seeing, but
So to quantify what he's saying though, also on the melts is like, if you want to quantify the actual kind of fats, right? So like what I used to do back in the day was take like a stainless steel bowl, and I would take my different kind of keef that I would get, and I'd put that into a bowl, and I'd heat that on top of like a little pot that had maybe just a little bit of water, but it would keep some radiant heat going through the bowl, and I'd rotate it.
So like a double boiler.
Kind of like a double boiler, but I'd take a wooden spoon and I would mix it up and press it. And what would happen is I'd have a little razor. And so if you take your keef and you heat it up that way gently and you mix it, it turns it into kind of like a hash. Now that you could weigh as a whole unit, like what he's talking about. And then this is how you make rosin. Like he probably, Fletch knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And so as you weigh that first chunk of hash, right, and then you reapply it and press it on the bowl, and if you scrape with a razor on that bowl, you'll slowly pull all the waxes out of that.
Yeah, you can actually milk the glands on the side of the bowl and be left with resins, and then the ball that you're milking is like this ball of like solid wax at the end of it. It's you definitely lose terpenes because it's a double boiler and you're heating it to a degree where for sure.
Really light, though. You could do it really light, take a long time.
So what temperature?
Like I touch it with my hands. There's no water.
Okay.
It's just heat coming from the pot.
That's it. Yeah, that's a friend of mine from Vancouver Island who released that method probably 15 years ago on, or maybe 13 years ago on Full Melt Bubble and IC Mag. That's Compassion for anyone that wants to search that process. COMPHASON, and the resin is called rosin. 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 Yeah.
Yeah.
You could weigh the difference. You could weigh the difference, but as an example, like if you're able to pull all the terpenes out of it, and then you know exactly what that'll be per gram, and then you're able to pull the waxes out of it per gram, then you'd be able to run what you're talking about, supercritical CO2 or liquid hydrocarbon. You separate those waxes completely out, then you have quantitative data, then you could run it in there.
Well, I think what would be really interesting to do, I mean, this is the first time I'm hearing about this method, and I just want to throw this out there. Once you take that, so it's funny because we were just eating these wonderful chocolate caramels. Chocolate is very, very temperamental, and it's a type of material that you need to use a double boiler when you melt chocolate because of very much the same thing we're talking about here. There's a very delicate balance of not only the flavor components, which are terpenoids and flavonoids and things like that, but also the waxes. And realize the waxes and these materials that are in there essentially were the brick of the waxy sheath that surrounds the plant, including the trichomes themselves. And so
that's interesting because the trichome wall, so like the heads that we're talking about when Bubbleman just to jump in there, so you're getting dry sits and you're getting 99%, and you look at what's left sometimes depending on the thickness of the wall of the trichome, depending on that environment in which it's grown, whether it's sun grown or it's LEDs. I think you'll with that type of machine we're talking about start quantifying those layers down to that level. So it's like the layers of fat that's in a large percentile of heads that's what you're doing. You're milking the head. You're breaking open that wall barrier. And why we started freezing is because we used to take the bud and we used to hang it and dry that for 3 months. That's how you make dry sit. You get it really, really, really dry, so the head breaks off from the stalk, right? And so now you've got just those heads, and then you separate them, and now you've preserved in a natural way in that curing process of 3 months to get the terpenes and the resin perfect in that little ball. Freezing it freezes it from the stalk very quickly.
Right.
And so it's a speeding up process.
So in this double boiler bowl, have you ever taken that out and before trying to isolate that, kind of like flash freeze that to see if again you could precipitate some of the fat on the surface of the bowl? Because
so
again, it's going to.
So you can have another bowl with dry ice and
Yes.
150 proof alcohol.
Right.
That's a dipping bowl for that.
Yeah, and you just take that and you just dip that right in there. So what kind of yield do you see there?
I haven't.
I mean, I would think that would be again something that we can study. I mean, it would be wonderful to be able to.
Yeah, I haven't gone. I've been pretty busy. That started in like the.
I've been pretty busy.
Hey, church people, get it done, man. We want the data.
Come on, people. You heard it here on Hash Church. Get your shit together. Can't do everything.
Somebody try that out there. I bet you that'll work. Horatio, get on that shit.
Mike's giving a super exuberant thumbs up. I can tell he's on it.
I'm not getting on any more shit. I'm full. People are like trying to punch me in the face for 7-star. That I'm like, I did it once. It's for a purpose. It's not a lifestyle.
It's not a lifestyle. It's just funny, right? It's the internet. The internet's just waiting for the next thing. You know? The next thing. The 8-star. Where is it? Who's going to produce it?
Well, this guy, he typed, it was the funniest thing I saw. He's like, live resin was yesterday. You want that new live sift.
I know. I laughed so hard when I saw that, dude.
Live sift?
You're like, bro, that's me.
Live resin was yesterday.
I often wonder about that because there's numerous different ways that we can run fractions and post-runner statements. When you go through and do the terpene isolations like you guys are doing out there, and some of the fractions that we can create supercritically are awesome, but the yields are horrible. If you're trying to isolate THCA, the amount that you have to go through in plant matter in order that you end up separating into your B grade or C grade or D grade before you end up with a pure isolated salt or crystalline form. I think a lot of that leads credence to being able to have those different stars because we have to think, okay, if we're gonna offer more than one product line, this is how much it costs to produce something that's in this form. This is what it costs to produce that form, and we could essentially make 3 or 4 different forms out of any raw plant matter, but we want to be able to differentiate it. The ones that are super hard to make end up having to cost the consumers more, have a greater MSRP. So now it's.
I think if you're so I'm always trying to capture pure plant profiles, and I think if you're isolating those terpenes, you're absolutely right. In what I do, I don't know how Horatio does his, but we've talked, and it's probably fairly similar. He's using different non-polar and polar solvents as well, but the end result is pulling that pure terp profile, and so I can get 5-10% yield depending on the profile of the plant. Something that's like a tangy or something with a lemon or something high in the terpene profile generally has more mLs when it comes out. That's just what I've done in my past. But I think that the way the plant is being grown, such as if it's under a sun or if it's grown indoor, and the type of feeding patterns as well as CO2 and environment, all that goes into like the type of terpene profile that'll be there. So it's another way of breeding and another way of growing. So it's like, are you growing for big plant matter and weight, or are you growing for resin? So it's a leaf versus ratio of resin. And now you have to throw in that third variable of terpene content. So some plants will be horrible in water hash, horrible in maybe a CO2 in that semi-polar, and it's like really, really good in a terpene extraction. You know, so everything's going to find its place, and I think that's why this machine is really cool. And we had been talking about it for a while, and being able to pull information from that type of a level gives you a lot about the plant. And so we don't really want to throw anyone, say, under the bus. Or
Well, we without mentioning any names, we found some interesting results on, like I said, we have, was it 8 or 9 samples that we are getting test results back, but we were able to run 2 of them and see results live. And amongst the spectra, we saw a certain class of compounds called aldehydes, which you may be familiar with like formaldehyde, for example. I mean, these are compounds that definitely should not be in these products. You don't want to be consuming them. I think, Mark, you could speak a little more.
Yeah, I mean,
about that.
aldehydes are reactive molecules that are probably questionable in terms of whether or not they should be coming in human contact, let alone coming into the lungs. On combustion, they do completely different things. I mean, we can look at the resin at room temperature and yes, say that there could be these aldehydes in there, but it's a completely different animal when you put it on a nail. You know, even the fats that are found in the waxy cuticle of the plant, I mean, these compounds are similar to, or not really dissimilar to, that bottle of olive oil that's sitting on everyone's kitchen counter. These molecules don't vaporize, but they thermolytically decompose, and sometimes decompose into noxious materials that you certainly don't want to be inhaling, let alone come in contact with in general. So yeah, what we see, if we look in the NMR and we identify some of these compounds, we could say that, try to figure out where in the process they're coming from, whether it could be a interaction between the solvents that's used or the process that's used to make the extract, or whether it's a degradation product, say from a terpene. You know, there's alcohols that occur in terpenes. We all know terpene alcohols like menthol.
Very caustic.
And alcohol is an oxidation state away from an aldehyde, so it's very conceivable that a material that perhaps is either biologically contaminated or somehow not cured in a proper way, that this oxidation process can happen on a terpene alcohol and convert it into essentially a terpene aldehyde. You've all heard of citronal. That's a very common aldehyde. There's citronella alcohol, which if you buy an insect repellent candle, you know, for like
burning dogs,
burning outdoors, right? So as it turns out, there's a variety of different compounds that basically have the citronella core, but the citronellal is the aldehyde, and I think it's more preferable to have the alcohol, which is citronella alcohol, which again is a related monoterpene that's found in a variety of fragrant plant species here on Earth.
So, I got a question for you. The product that showed these aldehydes, my understanding is that it's winterized, okay? And
first, this is a butane extraction or hydrocarbon extraction.
I don't want to get into the specifics of that, but let's just say that I know that they're refining.
Well, they're
their
definitely
product.
not. It's not doing hash or.
It's not no, but it's a
solvent.
It's a refined product that I believe does go through a winterization step. Now, if they're using alcohol for that, and that alcohol is oxidized, could that be a part of what's contributing to that?
Yeah, I mean, so when we looked at the spectra the other day, Jason, we really didn't look at it in depth enough to identify exactly what aldehyde species is in there. But that's a beautiful thing about NMR is that I talked before about doing proton NMR, and again, these are the individual hydrogen atoms. When you look at the molecular structures of cannabinoids or terpenes, and you see a hydrogen atom there, those hydrogen atoms all give unique peaks in the NMR spectrum, and it tells us a lot about the structure of the molecule itself, as opposed to just the HPLC and GC, which just tells us how much of the material is in there. We could also do this on the carbon framework itself, and that's again called carbon-13 NMR. And because that's a much more lower abundant isotope, it takes a little bit more sample to get the same amount of resolution, but we can accomplish that, especially on a 600 megahertz NMR that we were working on the other day. The beautiful thing about that is now you can do a two-dimensional correlation where you have the proton the proton spectrum on one axis and the carbon spectrum on the y-axis, and that's called correlation spectroscopy. And again, the organic chemist can look at that to really give a lot of indication on not only the molecules that are in there, but the amounts of those molecules that are in there. And it gives a lot of very interesting information in terms of the connectivity of maybe unknown molecules that are being caused by the, again, maybe a nuance of the process, the way the material is being made, or perhaps what I'm thinking is the way the material is cured. And Tony, you may remember maybe about 3 or 4 months ago, I think after we first met, there was a little blurb on Facebook about cannabitriol. Remember the cannabitriol?
Yeah, yes.
And so as it turns out, cannabitriol, which is a degradation product of cannabidiol, comes from the microbial contamination of flour on the cure process. And so just with that as an example, it would be myopic to think that that's the only bacteria or fungi that could contaminate flour to make one particular. So what I believe is that there could be things like aldehydes or degradation products that's a function of this microbial world that we live in. We can't live without microbes. Brad will agree with me that microbes play an essential role in the nutrification during the plant's life. So we need microbes. Cannabis needs microbes. Our body needs microbes, right? Which is why it's healthy to eat yogurt, to reestablish the healthy bacterial population that your body desperately needs to digest its food. So I believe that what we're going to see in some of this NMR work that we're going to do is we're going to find out if there's any other things that could contaminate cannabis on its curing and degrade the essential oil components down to things that maybe we don't want. So not only the process, not only the curing, it can all be manifest in the molecules that end up in the extract.
Well, I'm hoping one day I can test the purity of my limonene, because that will tell me a lot about what comes out the other end.
What goes in the top end always determines what comes out the other end in any process in biology.
Absolutely. I've been working on it for so long, and just doing it by smell is one thing, but yeah, I'd like to really know, because I'm the only guy on this island with a solvent that no one else is working with.
That brings up a good point, Horatio. You know, we will be needing samples for testing.
Yes.
So, you know, please, and we're only really interested in working with samples that, you know, we can really trace back the lineage and really have data on. So, you know, especially amongst this Hash Church community, you know, we'll definitely be interested.
Yeah, I mean, we need the expertise of the people in Hash Church to provide us with the best samples and all anecdotal evidence, so we can develop well, no, not just the database, but the scientific underpinning on why we see this behavior, or why we see, and maybe establish a set of ground rules. I don't think this is proprietary. This is what our community needs to do to make sure that the best practices and methods are being used in terms of patient and consumer safety, because all of the scientific underpinning of what's going on here can be developed, but it relies on everybody here on this call, because we need, as Jason said, your collective expertise and samples. We'll do the science, and we'll figure out how we can develop that scientific underpinning to create maybe some ground rules that everybody can play by.
Well,
Yeah,
that
so
would
like
be
with the
really
topic
awesome.
of crystallization, this will really answer that, because if this NMR doesn't degrade the sample whatsoever, then you can start with the beginning, and then as it goes through the crystallization process, you can basically test it throughout that without it doing anything to the sample. Is that correct? You guys aren't even paying attention. You're
Yeah, we
fired.
are. Yeah, we're paying attention.
We're paying attention.
I was trying to say that my only thing is that when people want to be the standard and they say let's have the standard for testing, that's why I say the AA is really good for heavy metals and different things. There's different, you pull 3 charts just like they do with your credit.
Yeah.
You pull 3 sources: the proton NMR,
right,
the HPLC,
right,
and a GC and an AA. You pull 4 of those
right.
from one thing, and you go boom. Now we have the collected data, from that one sample.
Right.
And
Well,
that's
the other cool method for trace metals analysis, and you guys are probably familiar in the news how maybe a couple of years ago they started seeing Mattel's toys coming in from China had all kinds of lead contaminant, like Barbie dolls and Hot Wheels and all this stuff coming over to the States. And actually, the lead's always been in there ever since when we were kids. They just now have these handheld XRF guns where they walk right up to the containers, at the shipping docks in California, and basically can zap these materials. And the XRF is very sensitive to certain things like cadmium and lead and mercury, all the bad actors. And now they start finding lead in the toys coming from China. Go figure. The lead's always been in there. They can just see it now.
The funniest part about that, though, is so much snow goes through. I was living in LA for a couple years. I had a spot downtown LA. All that area, like the fashion district, all like the gold shit or whatever they got, right? All the jewelry.
It's the sterling that's a problem.
Yeah, there was all kinds of stuff. It was like every 6 months or a year, they'd have a news article, or you'd see the people going around the blocks, going around checking all the shops, and they'd always bust a ton of people. Up until last year when I was down there. I mean, it's there's so much that gets through Long Beach, it's not even funny.
Don't find cheap jewelry.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, people, like you said, it's just full of lead, and I don't think that could be good for anybody.
Yeah, well, again, these X-ray, you can Google it. Google X-ray fluorescence. They have these handheld units.
Yeah.
Actually, one company that makes one, I swear, if it doesn't look like the phaser from Star Trek from back in the 60s, big freaking gun, with a reader over here. And I wonder if that's actually good for soil analysis. I imagine it would be. If you want to check for trace heavy metal contaminants in soil or water. I mean, things are really, really freaking cool. They cost a ton of cash. I think they cost maybe a couple $100,000, but they're really fucking cool.
Well, that also that's a good point about resin too, and people in deep water culture and versus soil or hydro tables. By just using pumps that aerate, and if there's pumps that use magnetics, or if you're using a pump to push water in your system that has any kind of magnetics, it pulls certain things out of that water. And you see like magnesium and calcium and different deficiencies because of the actual pumps in which they're using. So that also translates into how the development of those heads are, especially in that early stage, I believe, in week 4, 5, and 6. Just kind of like that's your babying time, And so
yep, I agree.
A lot of guys that are growing in that way, they have to look at that. And then in soil, vice versa, you can't. If you overdo it in soil and you're like everything's going great, your water, and all of a sudden, boom, you just lock the whole thing out and it's dead. Just little tips like that when people are just looking at making resin. It goes that deep.
Tony, have you ever seen one of these? For mixing water, like putting it in your line?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I've seen those. I've just never been able to work with one yet.
Well, it goes on to a whole cylinder of, you could say, magnetic beaters that are supposed to be structuring the water, but also making the water in a form where they can actually hold and transport nutrients better. Now, when you go to any kind of literature on it, it always looks esoteric. But when you actually relate it back to frequencies and all the other things that we do have, reasonable proof on, that's kind of what I'm looking at in deep water culture, is that the water isn't structured, or they have the term silky, and how that's going to affect the resin. So that's kind of want to know if you've seen those in your travels.
There's an interesting new technology, Horatio. My buddy's uncle actually knows about it. It's supposedly some kind of super oxygenation. It was just patented last year by a guy in Ontario. We're working on building a unit where we should have our first test sled of it for cultivation in the next month or so. So I'll let you know about that in terms of what the performance is. I mean, supposedly the unit eliminates biofilm buildup. Running it through this system reduces the microbial count from, like, I can't remember what the numbers were, but it was like 1,800 for regular water RO systems, and then down to like 500 in a single pass through their system. It requires no water holding. It has a filtration system. They also have some proprietary UV technology that's added onto it as well. Pretty interesting stuff. I'm just in the beginning stages of really getting into it. But we'll have our first unit here soon, and we're really excited to see if biofilm can be reduced or eliminated. I mean, they've used it in chicken like plant, and or like where they feed chickens, and like a milk farm, and like in all the float valves and everything that they use for the water troughs and all that stuff, biofilm was eliminated. They also use the manure from that to feed their corn crops, to feed the cattle, and they compared their crops to the neighbor's crops, not using the water system. Anyways, pretty impressive new technology that was just patented last year by a chemical engineer in Canada who worked on it for like 35 years. So, interesting.
But is there an active ingredient?
No, it's no ingredient. It's like some nano bubble, like some tiny oxygenation method that, like, I'm not sure exactly how it works because I haven't been able to look at the patent yet.
Is there a patent application publication?
It's in. I have to. Like I said, my buddy's uncle, he got the west of the Mississippi distribution because they plan to use it for pools, like YMCA pools, because it reduces chlorine usage, and like the thermal ability of the water is better, and all this other stuff. And he's a smart guy. He's known about us with herb for many years, and he's like, well, maybe there's a use for this technology, not only just in growing, but also potentially water hash and things like that, with having a really clean water. I mean, supposedly the output water is pharmaceutical grade, is what they claim. So
this is actually space age technology, what you're talking about, because biofilm formation, as it turns out, is a major impediment in the space station because of just the way that water is handled in the space station.
Right.
We're really talking the thing that floats around on the Earth.
Right.
So there is PVC that's been impregnated with a silver coating on the outside, and when I say silver, it's a nano. When you said nano, it caught my attention.
I want one.
A nano material that actually is just a coating on the PVC pipe that it just inhibits biofilm formation, but doesn't kill it. It just keeps it from spreading to begin with. But you'll see. I don't know if you've ever seen this on like a grocery store shopping cart. I guess because they have, babies and shit like that at grocery stores, that they put the baby in the shopping cart. A lot of those have what's called a antimicrobial material called Microban.
Yeah.
And you see that on the shopping cart at the grocery store, that this shopping cart has been treated with this antimicrobial material to keep, microbes from being able to grow on it.
I always thought that was just a shiny handle.
Yeah. Well, it's a silver-based technology, so it does tend to make things silver shiny. But the things about it, we live in a microbial world.
Right.
And overuse of antimicrobial agents is extremely harmful to human health.
Right.
In ways that we don't fully appreciate now, but in years to come, the most effective antibiotics today will be useless because these things are evolving faster than we can develop medicines for,
Right.
which is one of the reasons why we need to encourage the research into cannabis, because cannabis plays an intimate role in what's called apoptosis and other cellular processes that can underpin, again, microbial fouling and contamination.
Yeah.
The other thing I'll add, and please don't ever buy, anybody on this call who hears this, don't ever buy antimicrobial soap. There's no reason in putting antimicrobial agents into soap. Has anyone ever seen a bar of soap grow mold on it or foul the bacteria? It's all bullshit marketing by the fucking chemical companies. Stop buying antimicrobial soap. Soap doesn't need to be antimicrobial. It's like throwing sand down at the beach.
Right.
It's useless.
So who's not our friend?
Antimicrobial soap. Period. And don't buy cleansers with those little plastic beads in it because it's fucking up Lake Erie. All right, I'll stop now.
Did you get a new dog?
Just another dog. Don't worry about this dog.
I'm not worried about that dog. There's nothing to see here. Worry about your own dog.
Don't you worry about the dog.
Chem dog too. That's another dog.
Some chem dog.
Is that chem dog?
I got some chem dog.
We got some chem dog.
We got some chem dog.
That's what this
Well,
whole.
you know one good thing about chem dog? No dog shit.
I have a few hits left of the dry sift John gave me from my 19-and-a-half-year-old bean from Orange Hill, Jamaica, that I cracked last May. John bloomed out, dried, crushed, cleaned, and then gave me the resin. So give thanks to Johnny B. I think I'm going to have a Jamaican rip.
Awesome.
Nice. I followed that from when you sprouted that seed.
Yeah, that was like the most followed seed sprout ever.
Yeah.
He's like,
We were all very interested.
years ago when I got this seed. Here's every
Hey, because Jason wasn't on that call, can Brad and John give us a quick LED update? Is there an LED update that we need to know about?
The LED update. Well, I think Horatio had a good look at he's had the best update out of anybody. I think what I saw is in the growing and what I was talking about with you guys after Hash Church there 19. We were talking a lot about that. I'm seeing more resin all the way through the plant. It'll be interesting to see next time. Now production, lowering the light down when we talk about getting more into the money zone and seeing it, but I haven't got to the point of actually weighing out the resin and getting to that point because I wanna have it tested. I wanna take a look at it. I do see that the LED, it seems more fragrant. It's still in the works, guys. Still working on it, but I'm quite happy with the LED. That I'm at the point that I will be taking out my HPS bulbs and ballasts and putting in all LEDs next, just to do a really nice. Take a better look at growing resin, and I won't have to worry about what Horatio talks about with myself, is the heat, the stress put on by the ACs and the dehumids and stuff like that. So I'm happy. I truly am. Now I got other LED companies talking. They're asking questions and want to send me stuff. So I don't know exactly, but I see the technology is slowly coming out there. I'll be able to pack my room solid, and I know that the light is going to get penetration right down to the bottom. We're seeing that.
Hey, John.
Yeah?
So, I mean, a couple of weeks ago, you were fully sold by LEDs. Now, well, are you saying you're not 100% into LEDs, or am I missing something?
Oh, no, I am 100% into the LED.
Okay, so you were saying there was environmental conditions that changed?
Pardon me, Tony?
Was there environmental conditions that changed?
My environmental conditions didn't change from room to room, no. But now I don't think I even have to worry about so much with the stress from the heat from the bulbs. And one thing I did see with the plants itself was, as I grew through the whole stages, that the plants in the HID HPS room, the leaves were more thinner, they were crispier, they were more stressed out. And when we got the penetration, it was only in the top 12 inches, and then after that, we started seeing the diminishing of the bud sizes. Where with the LED, we didn't see as many more spacing in that, what Horatio was saying, the muddy zone. But as we got down lower, the LED outperformed the HID 100% all the way down to the bottom. Where at the bottom you get popcorn with the HID bulbs, and with the LED we're getting like a nicer, more resin. So if we're going on resin production, I mean, hands down, this.
Have you run it yet?
Pardon me?
Have you run it or tested it and seen what the yields are and like how much yield you got out of the plants versus?
That's well, right now, like I said, it's the yield is we took the top of the end station of the buds. I did the video on it. It's basically like half an hour on the top. We just kind of measured the top, and what we're seeing is even in the stalk of the HPS bulbs, the stalk was thicker and heavier, and with the LED, it was a thinner stalk. It was healthier. It was.
You didn't do anything different to it this time, like change the wind pattern or add any kind of secret sauce or talk dirty to it?
No, I did nothing. I followed. I videoed this thing 18 times. I've been doing this for 3.5 months because I needed to know. And when I saw the difference, I mean, I just didn't just do one strain. I did 6 different strains, and we saw this through every strain going all the way through exactly what I was seeing. And like I said in the beginning, it looked like the LED wasn't going to finish as quick, but it finished quicker. And I'm seeing that even when I took the Medi Hazes out of my room and put them under the LED, I'm seeing that those 3 that were under the HPS are now getting more healthier. Where I had on the H, because that one's gonna go like 16 weeks. I'm just gonna take it that long. I'm just seeing how much more healthier I'm getting from the LED. 100%. I'm very happy.
Compared it to metal halide.
Well, if I'm going to compare it to a 600-watt bulb I was using, the Solus Tech bulb, and the 400-watt Spectrum King, I would say that the Spectrum King and the 600-watt bulb are comparable side by side. If not, I'm going to say I haven't had a chance to weigh it, but I mean, really now it's about really doing a good test. Right now is about just seeing if it worked, and now I'm convinced it worked. And really, when I took the plants from vegging under the HPS, under the Spectrum King bulb, then I'll put those ones into the HPS room, the plants stressed. And when I went from the Spectrum King outside, so if we're going to do any pre-vegging, I think inside doing the Spectrum King is overall better, because when we go outside or anywhere, we're getting no stress on the plants. I saw that right from the beginning too. So there's a lot of stuff that I saw growing with this LED light by just me being I've been growing for years, so I'm seeing the difference. And talking with you, Mark, about that in the beginning, about how the plant was always green, but with the LED it was just more healthier and lighter, and how it just thicker leaf. There's a lot of different things I saw from being gardening from outside to inside with the LED and the HPS. It's comparable, but at the same time with the LED, I think we can now dial in the plant, get better resin. What you're talking about, I believe the resin is healthier. I know there's more. I want to see if there's a terpene difference. I believe that is very much something we have to look at now, because what I'm seeing, 100%, you're shaking your head, Mark, is yeah, it's got to be done, right? Like I'm seeing that. We talked about that about this whole thing in the past. And now it's just we gotta know now, and it's just that's where we're at. Hey, I'm happy. It's doing its job, and I believe the resin by looking at it. But I haven't even smoked it yet, guys. I haven't even tried it. Okay, so
I want to see what Brad has to say about it.
Yeah, Brad, please chime in.
All right, guys.
I didn't know.
I want to touch a little bit on what he was talking about, how he went from the Spectral King back into normal HPS and how the plant started stressing out. A lot of that has to do with spectral energy itself. As we know, HPS is only 18% of the spectral energy visibly to the sun that we can see. Sound a little wrong. I'm a little high right now. As HPS only represents 18% of the spectral energy of the sun, And the Spectral King, even though it doesn't have too much of that red spectrum, we don't need a lot of red spectrum because it's the subwoofer of the light world. That light wave carries far, but it doesn't penetrate deep because the photon itself bounces off the leaf, where a fuller spectrum comes down, and those photons will then pass through the leaves once those leaves are fully energized to the next level of leaves below it. Those are the mids and highs of the lighting world to a plant. Remember, we're the only animals on Earth that see light the way we do, and we try and justify that over 5 million years of evolution to sell a product. The plant only knows one thing: photons that come through the sun and how they land on a plant. Everything else, we just got to copy it. So the Spectral King has higher energy in the higher levels of light band, so therefore is able to penetrate deeper through the canopy. I don't like to use the penetration word because actually the photons bounce around until they hit things and fall on a darker leaf. And as that leaf starts to fill up with more energy from a different spectral energy, it'll start to clear up to allow those non-destructive photons to go down to the lower levels of the plants.
Well, Brad, I mean, that sounds like it has everything to do with the leaf's albedo. And looking at John's plants, the light was able to transfer through to lower levels because there was more light transfer from that lack of stress. The one thing I wanted to ask Tony about earlier was, how often have you come across terpene runs that yield fuck all? And could that excess smell that people tend to go, well, the LEDs smell better, is just the fact that during those final 7 days, the thermal radiant environment is less stressful because you're literally burning off less terps than in an HID room where the plant basically, it's producing them, it's losing them, it's producing them, it's losing them. Some people water the last 7 days, some people don't, and that can totally rape the plant of its last round of terpenes. So I thought, well, I could see a pattern where the LED environment is running less stressfully, so that's just even 5% more terps from that less heat coming off the light would produce that phenomenon that, yeah, it smells better, it looks better, it's just less radiant energy coming from the light.
Yeah, I would think that I would argue that the plant's emotional chords that are played throughout the environment's condition while it's growing, especially in its last 2 to 3 weeks, is important, and I think those leave impressions. So if you took like a strain that had, say, just a lemon G or a lemon skunk strain, and you tried those experiments, I think you would see that those terpene profiles would be experience different aromas and tastes depending on that environmental condition, just slightly. You have to really pay attention to it. There's things that that other industries do as well during the flushing period, which is like the last cycle shocking period, where if you were flushing and you were just watering, and then you would water, let's say, once every 3 days. On that third day in your last flush, you would hesitate and wait for the plant to actually almost fall over because it didn't have any water. So you give it one last shock, and then give it water the next day and let it come back and then back down. So you're kind of pressing the last bit of it out of the plant. Some people go that far and do that, and then some people are trying not to add any last minute stresses. But there are intentional stresses like that with water that I've seen people do, and it pushes terps a little bit better.
Well, no, it's not it's absolutely, because now that I'm getting an assay plant by plant, and you do all this work, and I'm like, a half a drop, I won't even be able to show this, a half a drop, and I go back to the grower, and I'm like, what happened to this plant? Where was it? What's the last time you fed it? Was it wet? Was the soil wet, or was it dry at the end? How close was it to the light? How hot has it been in here? Every question I can think of how, if it had terps, how did I lose them in the last moments?
Are you working with dry material or fresh plant material?
What's the difference between live material and fresh plant material?
Like fresh plant material or dry?
Oh, you said dry. Fresh. Like I'm there trimming it.
Okay.
So that's kind of why I noticed. I'm like, ooh, this is heavy.
Some things I've noticed some plants don't yield as much, but it also depends on your extraction method, and as you know, temperatures have everything to do with it.
Well, that's kind of it. It's pretty much certain strains have particular terps that are not. It's kind of like when I don't get terps, I know what types of terps I must have. So, because I find it on the other end, because I can taste it before I reintroduce what's been extracted. So, and it's the ones that are super tasty versus not tasty. And I'm like, okay, this green crack gave me 0 terps, but it's super fire, as if it's friggin' live resin. So what the hell? That's just a certain profile of terpenes that are not prone to, you could say, my method. So that's kind of why I thought watering and heat would affect the production of those terps better, up or down.
Polarity. Your polarity, if it's non-polar, polar, or semi-polar, that's going to be a huge difference. You're finding certain terps that are not soluble or alcohol soluble or whatever solvent you're using. Remember, some of them push water and some of them pull water.
Well, that's exactly it. So when I come across a certain strain, I'm like, okay, well, you completely pull water because I got this, or you completely push water. It's these different stages that are kind of precursors to already know the result. It's like when I dry sift, before I do anything, I already know the stability of the strain without any factors of solvent or process. I can see, okay, these heads are different. They're wet. They'll never be hard, and I got to seal it. So it's become an interesting science because it all throws us back into the grow room task. What did you do? Because I thought I knew what I was doing, but I got a 0 back. So I guess on that note, we got to take a bong rip.
I'll bong to that.
How much longer is church going today, Mark?
Well, I mean, everyone's dropping great information, and the subjects are good, so it goes. I mean, I definitely have to pick my son up from ski school in about an hour and a half. I did give up. I was going to go snowmobiling. I have my friends. We're up on the mountain. They keep texting me, like, are you coming? Are you coming? I'm like, I can't. They keep dropping good knowledge. Like, what am I going to do? Cut someone off from dropping solid knowledge in Hash Church?
Well, it's starting to snow in Denver, and we're hungry.
Nice. Well, you guys, you've done a great job in sharing some abundant information. We're always happy to have you guys in Hash Church.
Yeah, is it okay that we got a rabbi in Hash Church today?
Oh, yeah. There's nothing wrong with rabbis.
And Mark, I'm trying to find my friend who's got the Pope hat. I can't wait to show up at church with the Pope hat.
I think that would go over very well. We should blow smoke towards the Vatican now, all simultaneously. For you, Mr. Clarke.
Really? Think about the children. Think about the children, Bubbleman.
I just wanted to touch back really quick about the quality of light and the terpenes that they were talking about towards the end of life. Of course, anytime you take a large easy bake oven out of the ceiling and put a smaller easy bake oven in there, naturally you're not going to cook off all the oil. It's just basic things. And if you don't stress the root zone with extreme heat from the easy bake oven above it, naturally the plant doesn't stress and it produces more oils.
I think that's the perfect analogy. If your environment's cool and everything's great, you can almost milk more terpenes out with the way you're heating with water and things like that. If your environment's very hot above, you're going to be cooking and boiling everything off.
Correct. I mean, a lot of guys, they scream about yield, 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 but they always forget about that terpene production, oil production, and let's face it, I'm an oil smoker. I love to smoke herb, but I love to smoke oil more, just my personal preference. And I found that anytime with any light, if I can introduce a more fuller spectral sound of light to my plants without introducing extreme heat at the canopy and keeping my root zone temperature proper, I always get nice runs for oil.
Well, I have to say I keep my temperatures cool. And please, Tony, you gotta try it one day. It's amazing. Because the terps in it are just like perfect because of exactly what you say. That's how I grow my medicine. We talked about that.
Yeah, I mean, common sense.
By the time we perfect our NMR analysis of cannabinoid-based extracts, I think you guys will have the samples essentially to really create an underpinning of incredible information that can be widely useful for several years to come.
Yeah, it's cool. I've been writing this stuff down for years, and you know what? It's always the lower temperatures where I get that really nice, tasty resin. That's where it was. Now it's dialing in that plant. Now that I can kind of not play so much with those temperatures and humidity and stuff like that because of the high pressure sodium bulbs, I think I'll be able to produce a better resin blend, a better. Maybe a whole new different growing techniques. Who knows? I mean, there's a.
I think once you start dialing in your room, you'll actually find that your nutrient runs are much cheaper when you start using something that's more dedicated to full sun application instead of busting up into multiple bottles.
See, that's what you talked about there when we were in private chat, was about how the nutrient bottles are geared towards, because the sun, those HPS bulbs don't produce exactly what the plants need, and that's why the nutrients are geared towards all different parts of cycles. And working at a nutrient store and working for a company like
Correct. You know, it took almost 20 years for them to perfect nutrients to grow underneath HPS to not kill a plant. And what we learned in 20 years is that the plant is a quantitative creature and it wants to survive. So we could grow up just about anything and it will survive. Is it right? No.
Get stressed about mold, we push everything on it, and just a much happier plant's going to give us a better resin, going to give us a better medicine.
Exactly.
The easy bake oven analogy is epic, dude.
I like to look at an HPS light bulb as one cylinder and a V12 engine running. I like to see the nutrients as another cylinder, more spectral energy, fills out some more cylinders, the gardener fills out some more cylinders, room equality fills out the rest of them.
The microbes, Brad.
Oh yeah, microbes.
All about the microbes, man.
It is. Microbes didn't evolve on this planet to 18% spectral energy. That's fact.
You guys want to hear a crazy stat? If you weigh the entire microbial mass on planet Earth today, it's like orders of magnitude more than anything else. There's more microbes alive than anything else alive combined. Microbes are everywhere, man. Everywhere.
Wasn't the largest fungus mushroom growing in Oregon underneath the soil through like most of that state?
The mycelia.
Fungi are so enormous that they have their own goddamn kingdom.
Well, yeah.
Exactly.
When I die, I want to come back a mushroom.
Dude, we'll have to get Paul Stamets in here one of these days. He's an inspiration to listen to talk about mushrooms.
Dude, if Rick Ross can be in here today, Stamets will be in here next week.
Dude, I've met Paul on a few occasions. He's not untouchable. We could easily get Paul into Hash Church, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's an amazing guy.
Yeah, he's inspirational, dude. He's like He's like, you go to the psychedelics conference and you see all these sort of different guys go up. You know, Jonathan Ott goes up, and I think he went to like some prestigious university that he thanks, maybe Princeton or something. And then the next guy goes up. It's some crazy psychedelic master like Metzner or whoever, and they've gone to some heavy duty school. I went to Harvard and studied so and so. And then Paul gets up there and he's like, wow, all these guys, they went to all these great schools. Well, I learned everything I'm about to share with you from the mushroom. Fuck, started it with a standing ovation. Boom! And it just got better after that.
And here we have great mushrooms up in Washington.
Oh, the whole West Coast has some pretty incredibles, I've definitely, like, if you can get into the what is it? It's his son's name that he named after his son. The cyanescens. Not the cyanescens, the psilocybin azarescens. Azarescen. Those are some of the strongest ones you can find on the West Coast. Wicked mushrooms. But also we have good ones called baeocystins, which produces this chemical called norbaeocystin, which is very hallucinatory and very fun. I laugh my ass off on those particular mushrooms. A little bit harder to find, but you can find them when you're searching for semolinciatas. If you're looking for those in the field, the farmer fields, or the large grassed out areas, you can sometimes find baeocystins in there, and they are like a little gem amongst those wonderful little. Well, I just love mushrooms. I just do. I've loved them for a long time, and thanks to Terrence McKenna back in the 90s for turning me on big time when I ordered my first spore from his company called Sidney. Him and his wife Kat ran that place somewhere out of Hawaii. Nice. And they used to mail spores all over the place, and I got one of those spores, and I'll tell you, that changed the ball. That changed the game.
Sweet.
Yeah, I find here.
Wear mushrooms when we moved up here because in Utah we only get very few varieties because it's so dry. So we moved up here, and my 5-year-old, I had to tell her we don't eat mushrooms, we don't touch them, we just leave them alone here because they could do weird things. Yeah.
Oh, they can kill you. They're very dangerous, especially gallerinas, which are they grow around a lot. Those gallerinas.
Yeah, we found like a death angel, I think it was. It's white and flat, and it's got the little ring around it. Found that. I found like 20 different kinds of mushrooms just walking around my yard.
Gallerinas.
It was crazy. I'm not
grow in a circle. So it's called. I think they call it the ring of death because those things will shut your liver down in a hurry.
Yeah.
Definitely don't want to eat those ones. But I'll tell you, the good ones. When you know they're good, they're delicious. Lots of health benefits to mushrooms as well.
Good ones hanging out in the yard. It could be sitting on a gold mine.
You could be. You could have like 10 pounds of cyanescens in your backyard.
Right?
Listen,
Don't
true
let the kids
story.
play out back.
True story. I had a grow in North Vancouver, right along the Seymour River. And my partner phones me one day. He's like, dude, you got to come over here. There's this guy, and he's in the front, and I don't know what he's doing. He's collecting something. He's got a garbage bag, and so he's on our property. So I pull up, and I'm like, hey, man, what are you doing? And it's this French-Canadian guy, French-Canadian dreadlocks. He's like, oh, I'm just picking the mushrooms. And I'm like, picking the mushrooms? What kind? I had literally just probably in the 3 months prior gotten Paul Stammen's book, Psilocybin Mushrooms Around the World, which is an amazing book to help identify safely and go out and find different psychedelic mushrooms. And so I looked at what he was picking. He had this huge garbage bag packed, like I'm telling you, packed. And it was cyanescens growing right at the foot of our driveway, under our hedge. Huge, like, density of these things, man. It was unbelievable how strong they were, too. Just, what a funny thing when you're just trying to grow some herb, and then you realize that right at the foot of your driveway there's, like 10 or 15 pounds of psilocybin mushrooms.
Yay! You gotta watch out for those French guys. I had a French friend. He's like, I eat them, I just crawl, and I eat them straight from the ground. I'm like, what do you do? And I'm like, what kind? And he's like, oh, you have to eat your belly full to get high. And I'm like, dude, on your knees?
Sounds like Stunsies. Stunsies are weak. Stunsies are a bit weak. I prefer the Cyanexes are one of my favorites for sure.
I think that's what he was on, but he was like, I just mow them down like a cow. And I'm like,
Yeah,
well, knock yourself out.
You knock yourself out. Well, when they're fresh, you can for sure. You can eat quite a few, especially like Scialdones, the Liberty Caps. Those things dry out to like about as thick as like a hair. They're just like.
I've had some of those. The strongest ones I've ever had. I'm not sure what they are, but they were tiny. Like I was finding like this big, and they kicked my ass, like more so than any of them.
There's all sorts of
I'm not
different
sure.
great
You should
mushrooms out there.
send me some pictures of what I should be looking for.
Oh, I'll tell you. You got to go get the book. I'll write it in chat here. It's psilocybin. Mushrooms around the world. Actually, here, I'll punch it into Google and I'll just find, because that was a terrible spelling of it.
Yeah, because they're everywhere here, and mushroom season is approaching. Everything is sunny out, and then it's going to rain, and they just start popping up. And I'm new here, so I'm still like a kid on the playground. I'm like, yay!
I live in the Fraser Valley. We are in mushroom heaven out here.
Here you go, Jen. Boom. Yeah, we got it. We got it going on good for sure. I have to drive out to where John is to get specific mushrooms, absolutely. I've got cyanescens that grow right next, like down the street from my house, but the Baeocystins, the Scialdones, I had to go out to Maple Ridge for those.
Yes, we have the Fraser Valley Mushroom Club out here. It meets every second Wednesday of the month in Mission. If anybody of the Valley, here you go. You can go join up, and it's at the City Town Hall. And yeah, it's a really good group who know a lot about mushrooms, and they hold a little thing once a year on mushrooms, and it's a really, really fascinating thing to go and understand.
Yeah, I'd like to find a mushroom class around here and see what is native to my neighborhood.
A lot. Probably go on some tours, actually. They have mushroom walking tours. Definitely. Aren't you in, like, Oregon?
I'm, like, right on the border of Oregon and Washington, so it's a sweet spot.
Paul Stamets is from. So trust me, there's all sorts of different mushroom walking groups that you could probably find that are not too far from you, because you are in the zone.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Yeah, coming from the desert to this is amazing. It's so many things that are new.
Like humidity.
Like humidity. So weird. I walked outside the other day to get in my car, and it was like 100% humidity inside my car. Like every window was fogged up.
Welcome to the
Not
West
on the
Coast.
outside.
Remember, if you drop the S, it's just the wet coast.
Yeah. It is the wet coast.
Somewhat wet coast.
Oh, man. It's
Oh, yeah. I'm in Whistler right now. Tell me global warming's not real. Worst season in 25 years. No snow anywhere. It's insane. You got to go halfway up the mountain to get to the snow. Even to go snowmobiling, I have to drive my truck 4 kilometers from the regular parking lot up the mountain. That's how far the snow line has climbed up.
All Americans quickly Google climate.
I think all the snow went to New England.
Damn, they got it all.
There's over 1.5 feet. I know when my dad lives up in Vermont, there's over 2 feet. They got a lot of snow up there.
Well, we need it back. We usually get 50 feet every winter, and I bet you we haven't even gotten 20.
It's funny for you, it's the worst winter, and for me, I'm like, honey, this is the best winter ever. We got to get growing. Everything's coming up. This is wonderful. No more snow.
You need to be back down on the island, my friend.
Yeah, true enough. I just need to, bad winter, time to go to Jamaica.
I'm with you there.
Jamaica for the win.
Yeah, this season's been really weird. It's beautiful outside. It's probably I don't know, 65 degrees or something. Sun shining. And about a week ago, it was 100% rain, 40 degrees, freezing cold. So all of my flowers, I'm discovering all of the new flowers that are around my property that just keep popping up. And I'm like, what the hell is that? It's really fun. So I guess spring comes early, or they bloom here all the time just when it gets warm. I don't know. I'm still figuring this place out.
Well, it's an anomaly this year too, though, right? It's so warm. All the blooms, all the flowers, apple blossoms and cherry blossoms are blooming in Vancouver right now, which is ridiculous. It's like a month and a bit early.
Yeah, I was gonna have my trees all done, and now I can't. So I just went out and saw all that yesterday. They all have little. They're all blooming. They're all starting to come up. They're all.
Hey, should we do this for 20 more minutes and do a 420 hash church rip?
Oh yeah.
I think that's gonna happen.
20 more minutes.
Hey, but you know what the beauty is about those blooms? It's life. It'll rebloom.
True enough.
Yeah. We have this big bush right outside my house, which I'm actually very grateful for right now, because before it bloomed, you would walk up to my house and all you would smell is chronic. And now that this bush has bloomed, it is so strong. It smells like lemon pez. You walk up and that's all you smell, so it's disguising the scent of the cannabis as you walk up. But
it makes everyone
strongest
makes everyone think you're growing lemon pez.
I was just going to say that.
It's amazing.
Jen's got a crop of the lemon pez going. I'm certain of it. I was at her house the other day. It fucking reeked.
Don't forget to do his laundry.
I had the pizza boy come up and ask if I was growing sativas. He's like, smells sweet, sativas, huh? And I was like, get out of here. Get this bong and get out of here.
Pizza boy.
Nice kid. Yeah, nice kid. Then he asked me if he could get some weed. Very funny.
Hey, you smell the dank, right?
Yeah. I was like, how bad does that smell? I'll get another scrubber. It was that Oregon Blues that I was growing. That thing? Oh, man.
So the question is, for the 420 show 420, are we going to do our rip at 420 and end the show right at 420? Right?
Yes.
Is that what's happening?
Oh, man, so I guess I need to get a dab.
Yes, it'll be a monster 420 rip for everyone, and then I'll go off the air because we've been on for 4 hours.
419 will be the 1 minute warning.
And 418, will that be the 2 warning?
Really long.
Just the 1
I
minute.
really like when we have the long hash church because I don't feel like I missed the whole thing sleeping in. But
Good long hash
I
church.
have a hard time getting that battery.
How's it going, dude?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to make some
Good, brother.
I heard. I'm now going to take what I have in here that I've already cleaned a few times, and I'm going to go clean it 5 more times. And I'm going to come puff it with you on Puff Wednesday. This will probably be about 3 or 4 hits.
Grab my cough and dab rag here.
Guitar going on now.
Sorry, I'm just tripping out. My friend just came in and his face is all fucking puffy and fucked up from smoking a bamboo pole on his snowboard, and he looks completely different right now than he normally does. That's unbelievable, dude.
Or
a freak accident. Nothing with you is a freak accident, dude. You're a freak.
What are we looking at?
Oh, you want to see my friend's broken up face? Show them your fucked up face, man.
Sit down. Let me see his face.
Ouch.
Yeah, you can't tell, but his
I'm normally quite thin.
It looks like your face is a bunch of weight. Fuck. Sorry that you're going through that, dude. I wish I had. Do you want a bong rip?
Yes.
I think he needs a bong rip for that.
I'm not right. The boys went out. They went out to meet friends.
420 halftime show.
Hey, your friends that flew you in the private jet down to like.
Oh
Venice.
yeah, working with
Yeah, they're up on the mountain right now.
Ooh. You sick.
Sure.
Mark's just gonna play us into 420 here, folks.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, what do we want to hear?
I want you to chop your middle finger off at the knuckle and play me some Jerry, motherfucker.
Does everyone see what shirt I'm wearing here?
Come on.
Round Records. Does anyone know about Round Records?
Dude, I saw you the other day post the, what record were you holding up? It wasn't an Old and in the Way. It was like, you wrote down, just gonna poke around.
Yeah, well, we went and saw Joe Russo last night, and Joe Russo's Almost Dead.
Almost Dead, right.
And we're going back tonight. And there's still tickets for sale for those in Denver who may be interested. And tomorrow in Boulder.
Awesome. Sounds good. I've
incredible Grateful Dead cover band powered by the one and only Joe Russo, who's just a monster behind that drum kit.
Yeah. Is that who what's his face was playing with for a while? Mark.
Yeah, in fact, Marco Benevento was in the lineup last night, and he's also an incredible player.
Yeah, that guy's off the chain. Both of them together is actually a synergistic
covered band called Bustle the Hedgerow, and they just basically retooled that lineup to play Grateful Dead music. And yeah, it was my first time seeing them, and as a lifelong Garcia guy, it was a great experience.
Wicked.
Yeah, it was awesome.
That's super good. My next concert I've got is Chronix. Chronix is coming with the Zinc Fence Band to Vancouver here in the near future, and I'm gonna go check out Chronix. We're getting good. Close. 14 minutes. 4:20. Maybe I should do a long rip before 4:20 though. It's a long time.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I'm not waiting.
Let's do this, Brad.
I was thinking, fuck that.
Let's do Bomber.
Pre-game Bomber.
One of the things I was thinking about while sitting here trimming was about how spectral energy ability to fully function with little amount of food. For a plant, it gets all its energy either two ways. Either what the microbes have broke down in an inorganic form to an organic form that a plant can use, or from the sun's energy, whether it be radiant, spectral, or whatever means that plant receives it in.
Like a breatharian.
Correct.
Your mother left you here. Am I supposed to babysit you?
All right, well, I just ripped my dab already. Now I feel like I got to take another dab to catch up with you taking that dab.
I'm going to say goodbye to these guys. They got to try to beat this storm.
Yeah, it's getting nasty here.
All right, we'll catch up soon.
Come back for 4:20, Tony. You got 14 minutes.
All right.
14
All right,
minutes
Tony.
to get food. Come back.
I'll try. I got people pulling on me left and right.
All right, Tony, you have a great day.
All right. See ya.
Go all directions. Multi-directional Tony.
He's Tony.
He's multi-directional. He's multi-dimensional.
Crazy life. Busy.
Do you guys remember my rat that I brought in? My daughter's rat.
Yep.
I left for California, and of course, the day I leave, she calls me, and the rat is making horrible noises. And she's like, "Mom, it's in respiratory distress. She's gonna die."
Yeesh.
And couldn't figure out what was wrong. So through my whole California trip, like, we were trying to figure out how to like help this rat, because I'm not going to take it to a vet and drop a couple $100, and unfortunately none of them were going to be kind enough to like give us any sort of information. So we were giving the rat spritzes of albuterol to clear up its lungs and big huge dabs, and it seemed to keep her, like, it kept her a little bit less agitated. It cleared up her breathing a little bit to where, you know, because my daughter said that she would stop breathing, and so she'd start freaking out and panicking. The dabs were calming her down, opening her lungs and stuff. And so I finally got home, and this rat is just making the most horrible noise, like sounds like she's just on her deathbed. And I was holding her, like, really close right here, trying to love her. I'm like, please don't die. And she has a cold. She's, like, so severely congested in her nose that that's all this noise is she's stuffy. So I was giving her cough medicine, like, just, like, a tiniest drop of cough medicine, and dabs. And this damn rat pulled through. I thought she was going to die. But she pulled through. And, I blow dab, or, you know, I was giving her bong rips earlier, too. You blow it at her cage, and she'll just, like, lift her head up and be like, yep, that's the stuff. Lay back down, and her breathing calms down, and her congestion clears up a little bit. It's freaking amazing. So I have my own little pet science project that apparently dabs are great for cold.
Interesting. Well, I hope your rat is feeling better. Nobody likes having a cold.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
no.
right?
Nobody
Poor
likes
thing.
having a cold. Wow. I'm so hungry. I'm going to be going down to the Southside Diner here in Whistler and maybe ordering myself up some big-ass pancakes, which is exactly how they have it on the menu.
Yeah, we just had a bunch of Chinese show up.
Nice.
I'm going to go.
My parents popped into town, and my dad's Italian, and so I'm sitting here, and all I can smell is the spaghetti sauce coming from the kitchen. They're making a huge pot and freezing it. And that way, me and my kids have our stash of our spaghetti sauce from Grandpa. So.
Wicked. That's pretty legit.
Oh yeah. Making me freaking hungry though.
Just talking about it's making me hungry. I'm basically starving right now. I've been up since 6 o'clock in the morning.
What's our count? I've lost my window. It doesn't tell me how long we've been on anymore for some
We
reason.
have about 8 minutes. We've been on for like, I don't know, 4 hours and 12 minutes or something.
Can anybody see it anymore? It was there and then it just disappeared.
I didn't even know there was a countdown. I just know that I started around 9 o'clock, as I do every week, or I try to every week, and then it's now 12 after 1.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's good.
4 hours and 12 minutes, I suspect.
I really love that there's still 352 people watching.
I know. Right on, guys. Thanks for watching Hash Church. You know, geez. There's some great...
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
Bubbleman.
Yes, Brad.
We've got some new art reflectors that we're going to be sending up to you soon.
Oh, nice, dude. Sweet. I'll give him a shot.
All right.
Get him in the tent. I got a tent coming down right away. It's just about done. I got some barb and some Afghani from Matt the Great Gardener. I got a Astro Boy in there. I got a Congolese, a Timeberry, maybe some other, like Atomical Haze, or I can't even remember exactly what's in there. A few things that were given to me new that I haven't had in a while.
Whatever I just popped on was.
Hell yeah.
Stevie's going to come join us for the 420 dab.
Awesome.
From D-Nail.
5 minutes.
See if I can get the link out to him in a short enough period. This shit's just moving very slow. There it is. Boom, there you go, Stevie.
Where are you meeting this? Why are you thinking of here?
I'm going to show you something.
Sorry, Past Church is going a little longer today.
John, is John still on? No? No. Okay.
He should be on. John's on. He's there.
What's up, Brad?
I was just curious, when you said that you had done some tests, when you turned out one light to the next one, I was wondering if you had kept track of root zone temperatures.
Everything, rooms were, because I had the air circulating between each room on a 10-inch vortex fan, and then I had control venting out, and basically there was a little bit of fluctuation at night where the LED, it was the same air,
I was just curious, when we say...
And as it stands right now, it's that's basically what's left hanging. I want to really dry it up, and then you know, I was going to talk to Mark, and you guys see what the best way of doing this real test and taking a look at the difference between the two lights right now. And I'm kind of you know, I got my other resin I'm smoking right now, and just kind of waiting to decide what I'm going to do. Be honest.
Willin' and a waitin'. Stevie Hughes came in and then he left. Not sure what happened, but he's got 5 minutes to make it for the 420 ripple.
What I'm thinking of doing is dropping the humidity down to like 20, the temperatures down to like maybe in the 40s. Because I can, and then going in there and just completely getting it on the screens and then cleaning it up as much as possible and taking a look at apples. And now we're talking about what really made it interesting is you're talking about the thinness and the thickness of the waxes and the gland head, and I believe just by the talking of what Mark was saying and stuff, because that might make it ripple. What I'm thinking of doing is dropping
I'm here.
down to like 20, the temperatures down to like 50 in the 40s. As I can, and then going in there and just completely getting it on screens and then cleaning it up as much as possible and taking a look at it. And now we're talking about what really made it interesting is we're talking about the thinness and the thickness of the waxes and the gland head. And I know, yeah, what Mark was saying and stuff. Because I'm thinking of doing is I'm here. Yeah, ready.
Sorry, Johnny, I had to mute Stevie's mic. I didn't realize why you were getting such a bad reverberation in your talk. I don't know if anyone understood what you said. That last part. You can repeat it.
You know what? That's all good.
Well, it was good stuff. You don't want to repeat it or what? If you forgot already, it's understandable.
No, we were talking. He's known me for 30 some odd years, so that's why he's laughing.
That's awesome.
No, I was saying, in the drying process, I'm gonna really dry it out now. Like after just listening to talk a little bit more today, is getting my temperatures down as low as possible, getting rid of all that humidity. Then I can really take a look at exactly what I'm getting. But it's gonna be, you can't really go by weight now anymore. So we're really gonna concentrate on the gland and then see. Then we talked about putting it on the nail with a silicone, with the quartz and the titanium, seeing those differences. And ratio, you got to be there too. You got to just take a look. It'd be interesting. I'm kind of curious myself, right? Like, are we able to grow and get a better healthier head by doing it this way, and then actually now taking a better look at nutrients. And of course, without that, Brad was talking about those nutrients that we use for growing the light. Nutrients will change because now we're getting a better spectrum, so we're not going to be pumping so much.
Yeah, all shorty balls do.
Yeah, you know what? It's just good stuff. You know what?
2-minute countdown.
You puppy.
1 minute warning, guys. 1 minute warning.
Stevie, you made it just in time, and I thought you were going to flail on that shit.
I'm trying.
Stevie from D-Nail in the house, representing.
Dabs.
What's up, everybody?
I really need to invest in a Dino.
Hell yeah, you do. Oh my goodness.
You should have got one the other day when I was in the room. We had
Use
some
my code.
You were in my.
Use my.
Yeah, I got a code for
email
discount. For anyone out there that needs a D-Nail and wants to buy one and wants to go to dnail.com, you should use the Bubbleman 10 code. I think it's still up.
Sure is.
So for all of you guys in chat, everybody out there for the episode 21, is it 22?
Here we are, 420.
Cheers.
Boom, guys.
420, guys.
This is why I need a Dino. So unprepared. It's a good thing I have a whole minute.
Peace,
That's
guys.
Garlic diesel.
420 River.
You're 420 now.
All right. Everyone got the 420 rip in. That was really quite wonderful. Of course, I want to thank everyone for coming out to Hash Church today. It was pretty awesome having Todd McCormick bring Rick Ross in. Three-way Ricky Ross in Hash Church. It was classic. And then Aaron with the book. Boom. Pretty cool.
What happens when you sleep in?
Cool to have all of you guys come in and chill out and share your vibes. I'm going to obviously stop the broadcast after this 420 rip. 4 hours and 21 minutes in Hash Church. Thank you all for watching. Of course, those who are in the Google chat may continue to hang out and chat as long as you like. And for everyone else watching, thank you for watching Hash Church. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Peace.
Thank you.
Peace, guys.